Now the judges, yeah, it was half of the weapon that got removed. Like one of the forks got removed off of Blueberry. Judges, do you need functionality or are you good? Judges, do you need functionality or are you good?
Sorry, Lifter.
Okay, Blueberry, we want to, don't open the doors yet. Don't open, please close the doors. Close the doors, close the doors. Okay, Blueberry, can we see functionality of your lifter, please? Of your lifter? Okay, there's the lifter. Any other functionality? Judges, are you good? All right, you're good to unload. All right, we have Hypnovision and the Darkest Timeline up next. So Hypnovision and Darkest Timeline will be loading after this. We're going to get the judges' results momentarily. So who's going to win this fight? Is going to be the kinetic energy of Hellhound? Will it be the lifting of Blueberry?
Pass me the decisions once you have them. Okay, and we got one more.
2 votes are in. We're waiting for one more vote. And then I will announce the winner. Just waiting on one more vote, and then we'll be ready to go. All right. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Hellhound. Hellhound takes the JD. So Hellhound will face Brutally Honest in round 2. Blueberry will drop to the loser's bracket, or the elimination bracket as I prefer to call it. All right, now we have Hypnovision in the red corner and the Darkest Timeline in the blue corner. Hypnovision, yes, both bots have competed here for a while. Hypnovision is a shell spinner, which means the top of that robot, that neon top, is, well, not technically the neon top, but the weapon above that neon top is going to be spinning at a high speed. So the top spins, the bottom is where the drive system is, whereas Darkest Timeline is another wide body vertical spinner. The doors are closed. Cass, whenever you're ready. Hypnovision in the red corner, Darkest Timeline in the blue corner. Winner of this fight will face Harlequin, who got a bye in the first round. Just about ready to start this fight.
Yeah, Darkest Timeline, yep.
Darkest Timeline, are you ready? Hypnovision, are you ready? So you're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1, fight, Roman!
And we're off. 2.5 minutes for these bots to prove each other. Hypnovision is not quite spun up yet. Now they're getting spun up. A bot like Hypnovision, they do not want to be near the walls. They want to be in the middle of the arena, just like that. It was a good first hit. Maybe not a horizontal spinner. Oh, that's a huge hit from Darkest Timeline, and that seems to have removed at least part of the weapon system, it seems, from Hypnovision. It's hard to tell exactly what got removed. But the important thing, yep, Hypnovision is, you can see how it's unbalanced, it's jumping around, so I think that was part of its weapon system that got removed. Another big punt. So Hypnovision is going to have a hard time spinning up. They're going to bounce and jog when they spin up, and that's going to be a lot harder for them to work. And I think they're entangled. We are pausing this fight. Looks like Darkest Timeline has sucked in a little bit of Hypnovision's PLA armor. No, sorry. Is it PLA armor? I don't think so. TPU armor. That's probably TPU. Anyway, some sort of wobbly plastic has gotten itself lodged into the Darkest Timeline's weapon. So we are going to disentangle these two robots. There we go. Cass has done this a million times. He's really good at it. We are going to resume. And off we go again. Darkest Timeline picking up exactly where they left off. Easy Hypnovision spinning up. Now it's got a little bit of a very soft flail. Another good hit from Darkest Timeline. Hypnovision actually seems quite stable now that they're spinning, so maybe that weapon is doing okay. We'll see. Important thing is Darkest Timeline. Looks like there's another entanglement. Yeah, so Darkest Timeline. Okay, technically the robots are not entangled. What happens is that big, loose, floppy part of TPU has got itself lodged in the Darkest Timeline's weapon. So it looks like Hypnovision is no longer spinning. And now the bot's in the corner over here. The bit that got knocked was the bit that got knocked off a little bit earlier. And there's a pin. Now Nate Franklin, he knows how to drive a control bot. He's done that a very long time with his bot Thunderchild. So he is no stranger to pinning and controlling. Meanwhile, Hypnovision, being the type of robot they are, shell spinner, they're not exactly set up to control a fight without their weapon, which it seems to be where they are right now. 10 seconds remaining.
8, 7, 6,
5 seconds left.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's the fight. All right, do you need anything else, judges?
Hypnovision's weapon. They just spun up. Anything else?
Okay, we can unload.
Okay.
So one thing about this league is that a couple of other leagues actually have this rule, is damage from entanglement is not considered damage as far as the judge is concerned.
Well, damage from entanglement is not considered damage, so it doesn't matter. Your weapon's considered working.
All right, so the judges are deliberating. In the meantime, the next fight loading in is going to be Power Off in the red corner and Deep 6-7 in the blue corner. Deep 6-7, candidate for my personal best name of the competition award, which is completely unofficial and completely meaningless, but it means a lot to me, darn it. Judges are still deliberating in Hypnovision versus the Darkest Timeline. Winner of that fight will move on to fight Harlequin.
Let me know, we'll get you judges, and if you want, you can cast.
Now, we saw Team Vertical and Blueberry lose their previous fight. They are going to face each other in the elimination bracket later today. And that will be an elimination fight. All right, one vote is in. Waiting for 2 more votes. 2 votes are in. All 3 votes are in. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is the Darkest Timeline. The Darkest Timeline will move on to face Harlequin. Hypnovision is going to get a bye in the elimination bracket. They are going to wait for their opponent. Now we got Power Off in the red corner. And we have Deep 6-7 in the blue corner. Well, looks like Deep 6-7 is inheriting the legacy of Deep 6. All right, Power Off in the red corner. Deep 6-7 in the blue corner.
Deep 6-7, are you ready? I dislike that you're making me yell that.
Oh, I love it. I want to say it all
All
day.
right, here to start this match in 3, 2, 1, fight, roll that.
And we're off. Power Off of Beetle Bar. Now Max, the driver of Power Off, all of his bots in various weight classes have this enormous Beetle Bar. And there's the Deep 6-7 dance. learn from the deep six stance, and you see how strong these cages are. They can hold a lot of abuse. Now this is, massive hit. These are beetle weight level hits that these bots are delivering to each other. Good reliability from deep 6-7. Oh, maybe not. That's a tap out. Deep 6-7 taps out. Power off. Will advance. All right, so power off advances. Deep 6-7 will go to the elimination bracket and face the loser of the next fight. Next fight is Hyperwave versus Violent Flame. Sorry, Violet Flame. I always say Violent Flame. So Violet Flame, you're going to have to change your name to Violent Flame. Add it in, just for my sake.
Thank you.
I'll show you how we do it down here. I fought Alex, I fought Glenn, I fought Alex.
All right, we have Hyperwave in the red corner and Violet Flame in the blue corner.
Sorry? Hyperwave in the red corner, Violet Flame in the blue corner.
I've got Gene judging.
Are we moving to the other arena?
I need to switch the camera and turn off the other
Okay, it looks like we are moving this fight to the other arena.
It looks like, I think this might,
up in that arena.
I see.
Okay, no, this fight's staying here. Excuse me. But we're going to start fights in the other arena, so we're going to get double-barreled action here at GSCRL. So it sounds like it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Sushi and Enigma, I believe, in cage 2.
No, I just have to update the correct thing. I just need to know what to update to.
So I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to cover Hyperwave and Violet Flame, but I will keep you updated on Sushi and Enigma in the other cage.
Still in that
Okay, doors are closing. So Hyperwave, another wide body vertical spinner versus Violet Flame, a horizontal overhead spinner. Believe originally based on a vector kit, but it looks like they've made quite a lot of adjustments to
I
it.
should have done it in soft.
Looking very, very sleek right now.
Because I only have the one camera. God damn it.
Judges, are you ready?
Judges are ready.
It just has to flip vertically.
All right, robots coming to meet each other in the red corner. Violet Flame, let's get that weapon teed up. Now, are they going to be okay with a weapon hit against this fast spinning weapon? Oh, massive hit! Oh, and Hypnovision is doing the thing. They're on their face. Meanwhile, Violet Flame is not moving. We might have a double KO right here. And a double KO goes straight to the judges if both bots are incapacitated. That's a double. Is there a double knockout, ref? Is this a double knockout?
Is this a double knockout? No, well, if they did it, they didn't.
Yeah, neither did. They can either have removed that, or he was switching his weapon and wiggling. Okay.
So
Okay, so this is being called a double knockout, which means the judges are going to have to decide a winner, as both robots are incapacitated from the hit. Okay, we want full function checks from both robots. Full function checks from both robots. We might need an unstick.
Oh, it shifted.
Okay, we want function checks. Okay, so hands off controllers.
Okay, so watch it.
We're gonna right Hypnovision, I believe. Hit Hyperwave, excuse me. I'm one fight behind. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to right Hyperwave. We're gonna get a function check here, right? Function check? What happened to the lights? Are we getting a function check? Yes, we want a function check.
What happened to the lights?
My laptop is not it is charging. My laptop is charging. So it's not the power. Yeah, you said 3 times function check.
All right, so someone on the right, make sure you shout.
All right, that's drive. Do you have weapon? There's the weapon. So you see the drive on the weapon. Okay, excellent. Can we get a function check on Violet Flame, please? Nothing on Violet Flame. Okay. All right, are we good to unload, judges? Are we good to unload? We are good to unload. Thumbs up.
But now they're requesting function test. This must make sense. The flag is set
It was just the switch got hit when they hit the roof.
Pretty much one did, neither of them was back.
All right, the judges are delivering the winner of this fight. Hyperwave versus Violet Flame. So remember, judges are scoring on damage and engagement. This was a very quick fight because both bots knocked each other out. One vote is in. 2 votes are in. We're waiting for one more vote. All right, just waiting on one more vote, then we'll have a winner for Hyperwave versus Violet Flame.
So the streaming issue was that it got locked on the wrong day. And so I had to log in, I had to disconnect and make sure the one account that had only the one access.
All right, the third vote is in. Your winner by unanimous decision is Hyperwave.
Can you do me a favor? Just write Hyperwave and Violet Flame here, just so that we have a record of it.
So Hyperwave is going to face Power Off in the next round. Violet Flame is going to face Deep 6-7. So undefeated bracket, Power Off versus Hyperwave, and the elimination bracket, Deep 6-7 versus Violet Flame. Okay, I believe.
Well, I would have.
All right, I know that the next fight we're going to have is Lilliputian versus Banana Blitz. I'm not sure whether it's going to be this cage or the other cage. We're also going to have Flamingo versus Humpty Dumpty.
We do have this one for any announcements.
Go Carlos. All right, so it looks like we've got something loading in the other cage. Not quite sure which fight that is just yet.
Okay, do we know what fight is in which cage? Banana Blitz is in that cage?
Yes.
Okay.
So it sounds like Lilliputian or Banana Blitz is in cage 2. That's the other cage. We're going to have Sushi versus Enigma in this cage.
Yep.
As things get to the point where we can go to a cage, we can focus on that cage because it's right in front of the window and allows more.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
All right, so we have Sushi in the red corner, and we have Enigma in the blue corner. All right, bots are driving around. Enigma with that very big weapon, or maybe not as big as Deep 6-7, but still pretty big. Sushi doesn't have an active weapon. They have a passive wedge. They're going to try to wedge their way to victory.
Judges, are you ready? Are you ready? Judges, are you... I don't think judges are ready. Okay, we have Sushi in the red corner, and we have Enigma in the blue corner. All right. I want 3 thumbs up when you're all ready. I see 1 thumbs up. I see 2 thumbs up. 3 thumbs up.
Judges are ready.
Can we tidy it up for us?
And we are off. That's Enigma's weapon spun up. They meet in the middle. We see that Sushi is made of that soft, gooey TPU. Enigma with a good hit and another good hit on the wheel. Oh, that's a decal that came off, I think off our arena side. Another good hit from Enigma, and another one. Sushi's trying to take it in that TPU wedge. That TPU wedge is going to be able to take a lot of hits. So if they're going to get hit, they want to get hit in the wedge. Although those hits are really violent. Oh, that's the back plate, and that's going to be a knockout. Do we see a battery? All right, if there's no battery, we can keep going. All right, Alex, you're tapping out. All right, so it looks like Alex is not going to continue fighting, so Enigma is going to get the knockout. And that's the fight. Enigma wins by knockout. We're going to face the winner of Chocolate Chipper versus Treble. Sushi's going to go to the elimination bracket and await their opponent there. Meantime, it sounds like we've got Lilliputian and Banana Blitz. Flamingo versus Humpty Dumpty is the next fight in this cage. All right, Flamingo versus Humpty Dumpty is going to be the next fight in this cage. Sounds like some good hits going over in the other cage. I know Lilliputian has that really big weapon. Meanwhile, our bots are loading in. Flamingo in the red corner, and Humpty Dumpty in the blue corner. Sounds like Lilliputian and Banana Blitz is going to go to the judges. Hey, Cass? Cass?
I don't think they can hear me. Hey, Alex, can you make sure the Judge JG's in that box come here so that I can announce him and get him in true finals? Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to go too.
All right, so our bots are loading in. So it looks like we've got a TP-based lifter in Flamingo versus a beer bar in Humpty Dumpty. Oh, you don't think that's a lifter? It might be. We'll see. So not sure if Flamingo is a lifter or a wedge. We will find out. Well, yeah, I think that's going to be a wedge. I see the piano keys. Meanwhile, Humpty Dumpty looks like they're having some left drive I can see that. Left drive side issues. All right, so we're going to see if we can get Humpty Dumpty working.
Let's put something in there.
We'll see if that the spot needs a power cycle.
Okay.
All right, hands off controllers. Now, you notice one important rule we have here at GSCRL is you cannot drive your bot as long as the doors are open.
That's better.
That's why we have to be very careful about hands-off controllers.
All right, who's on deck over in there?
Tax Division and Teresa are in the last.
Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, we have a result for Banana versus Lilliputian. And it is a unanimous decision for Lilliputian. So Lilliputian defeats Banana Blitz. Lilliputian will move on to face Trash Panda. Banana Blitz is going to get a bye in the elimination bracket. And they await their opponent there. Okay, it looks like Humpty Dumpty's still having left drive side problems. Flamingo's good to go.
Get 3 thumbs up.
Judges are ready. And we are off. Humpty Dumpty spitting up its weapons, starting bouncing around the arena, where it is a way of locomotion, but now we got a pin from Flamingo. Flamingo can hold these pins for 5 seconds, assuming they do not have an active weapon, which I do not believe they do. You see that beetle bar of Humpty Dumpty just cannot get to that low profile of Flamingo. It's a popular style in combat robotics these days. Now, Humpty Dumpty can ask for an unstick if they want, but they are stuck. They are high-centered on that ledge, and that is a knockout. So Flamingo wins by knockout. They will advance to the next round. Humpty Dumpty is going to go to the elimination bracket and await their opponent there. We have 3 fights remaining in Ants.
Copy.
All right.
Kristen.
Make sure Widener teams go to the other one, if that's not too hard. Can Widener teams go to the other box so I'm not judging them? Or I can swap out. Chipper, chocolate chipper, and Oreo. Thank you.
Good call.
All right, so we've got Bort versus Mega Knight. Setting up in this cage, Bort will be in the red corner. Mega Knight will be in the blue corner. Meanwhile, it sounds like we have tax evasion and what's this bot's name? Cerisa. Setting up.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. You've heard that before, haven't you?
Did he cut your hair? Awesome, you look good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have them set up.
All right, so Humpty Dumpty turning itself off. We're going to have Bort and Mega Knight set up here soon.
Mark, do you have Bumblebee nearby also? Okay, awesome. Good call. Yeah. Just want to make sure because I see that fight's like really soon. Nope, we're getting right now. Technically, it could be final also, you know, in double elimination. Sorry? Oh, yeah, yeah. You know, amazing nobody's done it before.
Okay, Bort and Mega Knight are loading in now. Bort is in the red corner. Mega Knight is in the blue corner.
You got those names, judges? Bort in red corner, Mega Knight in blue corner.
Robots on.
So we've got Bort and Mega Knight over here in the far cage, the red and blue cage. Then the black cage closer to the window, we have Tax Evasion and Cerisa. Doors are closing. All right, we're going to get over here. Mega Knight is a lifter. This time it is a lifter, I promise you. Bort is a vertical spinner.
I just need to fix the timer and then
Sure.
we're good to go.
Once you're setting up the timer, 2.5 minutes is what each fight is here at this ball. Once we have the timer set up, we will be ready to go.
ready? Blue robot, are you ready? Judges, are you ready?
All right, looks like we're ready to start.
3, 2, 1.
And we are off. Mega Knight, looks like they're having some trouble with their left drive system. Both trying to stay upright to see how powerful that drive system is. But that vertical spinner means that it's going to be gyroing a lot when it turns. But Mark's going to factor that in as he drives the robot around. Is my mic off? My mic is off. I'm trying to talk now. Can you hear me? Okay. My mic is on. Yeah, I don't really hear much of it, but I'm going to go with it anyway. All right, looks like Bort might be having some right drive issues. Meanwhile, Mega Knight has left drive side issues. So between the two of them, they have one working drive robot. Oh, that is the right wheel removed off of Mega Knight. We're going to pause the fight briefly, make sure that the battery is not exposed. I'm going to take this opportunity to make sure my mic is working. Test, 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 test. Test, test. My mic is not, I mean, it's not on the speakers. Testing, testing, testing. I don't hear it. So there's something about it. Maybe it's something in the mains. Maybe you need to turn the mains up. Testing, testing, testing. All right, now my speaker's back. Thank you. All right, I am back. All right, exposed battery. It is not out for Bort. So Bort will advance. Mega Knight is going to survive to the elimination bracket and await its opponent there. I think in the and Tartarus, and I think in this cage we're going to get Bumblebee and Impulse. Bumblebee will be in the red corner, and Impulse will be on the blue corner. Meanwhile, in the other cage, we're going to have Humu Humu versus Tartarus. And the winner of that fight, Humu Humu versus Tartarus, will face Bort, the bot that just won and is getting unloaded from the cage as we speak. Weapon lock goes in first, then bot gets turned off. Looks like judges. Yeah. They'll pass me the sheet. That's possible. Well, I know at NHRL it means it's like the judges, so I don't know if they're doing the same thing here. They might not. I just want to make sure that, like, whenever there's a JD over there, somebody gets it over here so I can... Alright, so this looks like Bumblebee in the red corner. Now, Bumblebee is a bot that has a habit of winning our events here at GSCRL. So Bumblebee is in the red corner, and Impulse is in the blue corner.
And we're off. You see the speed of Bumblebee, but Impulse is no very, very fast robot. Oh, big hit. That's Impulse that has the kinetic weapon. Bumblebee has those big, big forks that are going to have to act as a little wedge. And see that very briefly, Bumblebee was upside down. They do not want to be facing their butt against Impulse for very long. That weapon on Impulse is really powerful. But at the same time, that weapon, I don't know if it's working. Maybe Lars just had it spun down. Yeah, he just had it spun down. He's got it spun back up again, but he is upside down. I think he started the fight upside down, so I think that might actually be a tactical decision. You see, Bumblebee has these forks that are on the top of his robot also now. Okay, Impulse is now acting as an undercutter, so it should have access to Bumblebee's wheels, and in fact, Bumblebee's right drive side is down. That is good news for Impulse, who's now going to try to control the fight. You see their weapon is off. Oh, but Bumblebee with a pin. They are such a dangerous bot, even with one drive side down. So they're showing that engagement. Bumblebee with a good hit themselves. Now Bumblebee's weapon is powered down. That might be a deliberate decision by Lars to turn the weapon off, seeing that half of Bumblebee's drive is down. Now Impulse's drive doesn't seem terribly happy. Like it's both sides are working, but I don't know if they're working reliably. That was a pin for Impulse. So Impulse holding Bumblebee by the side of the cage. Bumblebee still struggling with that right drive system. Sounds like we're going to get to a JD in the other fight. Cass is nodding emphatically. Lots of pins from Impulse. Oh, there's Impulse almost taking Bumblebee into the side of the arena. That would be a good slam. 10 seconds left in this fight. If Impulse wins this fight, that is a big upset. That's the fight. This is a potential upset over here. If not a huge upset, considering that Lars is an outstanding driver. Okay, in the meantime, we have a result from the other cage. We had Humu versus Tartarus, and your winner by unanimous decision is Tartarus. So Tartarus is going to advance via JD. They're going to move on to fight Bort. Meanwhile, Humu is going to face Mega Knight in the next round. So that was in the other cage. This cage, we just saw Bumblebee and Impulse make it to the judges. You don't need a function check, right? You're good?
Okay, they're good. No need for a function check.
It's possible. I was thinking somebody leaned against the lights. Yeah, I think somebody just leaned against the lights. Is this a vote that's in? Okay.
One vote is in for Bumblebee versus Impulse. Two votes are in for Bumblebee versus Impulse. And here comes the third vote. Your winner by unanimous decision is Impulse. Impulse takes the JD against Bumblebee.
Awesome.
And meanwhile, we're going to have plants on deck. So we want the first fight of plants, which is going to be two robots versus Entropy. All right, so that is actually the fight that's loading in now.
like? Pull up the plants.
Yeah, we're in plants now. We're in plants.
So this is our first plant fight of the day. So we have two robots. That is literally the name of the bot. Two robots in the red corner. Pins right off the bat from two robots. Two robots is going to try to pin in both directions. One of the two robots is upside down, but with the kind of forks they have, they should be able to pin and fork in either direction. It looks like at least one of the two robots is stuck, but Entropy kind enough to unstick them. Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether they're upside down or not. As far as their forks are concerned, they should be able to get under their opponent. Oh, that's a big hit. That's the bow. Oh, no, the bow on one of the robots. One of the two robots is bowless. They've actually transferred their bow onto Entropy. Entropy is looking very lovely now with that cute bow. That's a little bit of the fork from one of the two robots. So one of the two robots has lost the tip of his fork. Both robots of the two robots have lost their top bows. Obviously, that's cosmetic damage. It is not functional damage, unlike the tip of that fork is functional damage, very much so. But a very good pin. Now, these pins can be held for 5 seconds. If you're pinning with an active weapon, you can hold the pin for 10 seconds. Another push around, and the referee counting out the pin. That's referee Matt making these pin calls. Now these two robots, they have to make sure they don't get in each other's way, but they also want to make sure they both attack simultaneously, because that is the whole advantage of having two robots. Oh, look how close to the wheel that weapon is. Entropy wanting to remove one of those wheels. Looks like that half of two robots is missing a bit of drive there. Another good pin. Entropy has done damage this fight. Yeah, it looks like that half of two robots is stuck underneath the lip of the cage. They have to be very careful to not get stuck. There, they have gotten unstuck there. And now both of them, it looks like that is a little bit of a pile-up. Entropy pitting half of two robots, and the other half of two robots pitting Entropy. All right, there's another pin. That's the fight. The fight is over. All right, okay, judges, do you need functionality?
Can we get functionality on both of theirs?
Okay, we want functionality on both of the two robots. Functionality on two robots. Okay, just show the judges
Can both of you drive? Judges, are you good? Do you need more, or are you good? Okay, judges are good. Do you need anything else, or can we unload? We can unload. We're good to unload. Gonna face salt and pepper. 2 votes are in. And we're waiting on one more vote. One more vote. And then we'll move on to Deatherang versus Crypt. Here's the third vote. We have a unanimous decision for 2 robots. 2 robots will move on. In the undefeated bracket, they will face Salt and Pepper. Entropy is going to be in the elimination bracket and continue to fight there. Okay, so we need Deatherang and Crypt to the cage. Yeah, I announced it. Yes.
His switch got dented in, so I'm just having him take the top lid off so he can
Okay.
turn it over.
Are we breaking after this?
I haven't heard anything about a break yet.
I just don't see anyone huge.
Oh, it's because we have to remove the top plate
Yeah.
of the spots.
Yeah.
And the next fight is going to be Deatherang and Crypt. They're probably on that table right now.
I see that right.
Gil. Gene is the guy with long hair. Yeah, we do have a Gene here. Yeah. Yeah, Gene is the jack of all trades. He can do anything. Yeah. Always good to have a Swiss Army knife. Oh, we have loaded die. That's awesome. I don't know if we're going to get loaded die. We'll see. It's very fun. And they made it a long way from last event I was at. Yeah, it's like ridiculous.
Surprisingly well.
Yeah. We're not supposed to do so well.
Was it guided? I mean, if they break themselves.
We're actually going to the judges a lot more than I expected, you know, so yeah. But so far, all unanimous decisions so far, which is good.
Ideally, they should be, I think.
I mean, in a perfect world, they all are. But every so often, there's
Some of these have been close for engagement.
yeah. But I mean, it's not that split decisions are bad. But if a lot of the fights are split decisions, that's indicative of and especially if it's not a close fight. Like if it's like 5-2, 5-2, 2-5, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But like 6-4, 6-4, 4-6, not as big a deal. Actually, yeah, this is that's not adding up. The math ain't mathing.
I'd noticed that two of us had already split in.
This just because if
corner. Do we have a crypt? Do we have a rocket from the crypt?
You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing great.
Hey, Kristen?
Where's Kristen? Oh, she's looking for crypt, I think.
We're still awaiting crypt. Crypt to the blue and red cage, please. Oh, I think crypt is here. I think we have a crypt. All right, Differang is in the red corner. Crypt is in the blue corner.
We have, I don't know who's going to be assigned to this cage. We have Destroyer and Tiger Claw and Loaded Die versus Postpartum.
All right, we have Differang in the red corner. We have Crypt in the blue corner. Crypt is a drum spitter or a beater bar, however you want to call it. Looks like they're sort of maybe even a drisk, if you want to call it that. Now, Differang is going to move based on the force of its weapons. It has no wheels, it has no dedicated drive system. It's going to move by spinning its weapons and letting the torque of that weapon move the robot around. Just as you see it, so there's like no wheels on Differang. It is all the weapon that's moving it. And what that means is it has that much more weight for the weapon. Glancing blow, neither bot really winning that exchange or any exchange so far. There's a good hit from Crypt. And Differang still on the prowl. Crypt is upside down, so the weapon is not spinning. They do self-right. Can the weapon spin? Yes, it can. But I think I saw a little bit of the frame fly off. Another good hit from Differang. And now Crypt is upside down again. They are missing just a little bit of their frame. I think their weapon's a little askew also. So I'm not sure if Crypt's weapon is going to continue to spin for the rest of this fight. Differang doing just fine so far. Good hit from Differang. Differang, you see, it's planted on the floor. It moves amazingly well for its locomotion type. You know, using that torque from the weapon to amble its way around the arena. It's not the speediest thing in the world, but it moves very, very effectively. The translation is very good. It moves exactly where it needs to. You see, one side of Crypt is down. One drive side is no longer working on Crypt. So that's going to be a factor in also, especially because it's going to be harder for them to self-right. So Differang so far, with the advantage so far, and you can see little bits of Crypt are getting sprayed all over the arena. Not good news for Crypt, but if they can disable one of Differang's weapons, it'll be a much closer fight. Crypt was stuck for a little bit. They were inactive, and then they moved after a 2 or 3 second break. See that weapon? Oh, they're self-righted now. I don't know if that weapon is spinning. I think that weapon is spinning, but that's a good hit from Differang. Now can Crypt make up enough ground after spending about a minute on their heads? Still with one wheel not quite working right. That's a good hit from Crypt. They need more of that. They need to get a good blow on Differang. But another big hit from Differang on Crypt. 8 seconds left in this fight. Can Crypt show us anything more? Good double hit there, but not a lot of damage. And one last big hit from Differang. And that's the fight. Judges are going to deliberate now as the bots return to the corners. Crypt, you want to be in the blue corner. There you go. All right.
Judges, do you need functionality?
Okay, Crypt, can you spin your weapon?
So ask him.
Okay, you may unload. We may unload. Judges are deliberating.
Destroyer Tiger Claw is your next fight.
Awesome, thank you.
So we're going to have Destroyer and Tiger Claw in the red and blue cage coming up next.
Weapon lock going on.
Judges are deliberating this fight. Claw are up next. Destroyer is in the red corner. Tiger Claw is in the blue corner.
Thank you.
2 votes are in. One more vote, and then we'll announce the winner of Deatharang versus Crypt.
Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, in the other cage, we have a winner between Hammer Banana versus Matter. Is actually a split decision. Hammer Banana versus Matter. Not Matter? Hang on, let me scroll over to this. Yes, Hammer Banana versus Natter. Your winner by split decision is Natter. So Natter will move on in that fight. In the meantime, we have a decision for Deatharang versus Crypt. And this is a unanimous decision for Deatharang. All right, so that means in round 2, we're going to see Last Minute versus Deatharang and Hierophant versus Natter. Meanwhile, Hammer, Banana, and Crypt are in the elimination bracket, and they will await their opponent there.
Sorry?
Hammer Bammer, thank you. Yes, Hammer Bammer. Why didn't I see that right? All right, Hammer Bammer. Casper has forcefully corrected me. All right, so now we have Destroyer in the red corner. Destroyer in the red corner, Tiger Claw in the blue corner. We have a drum versus a vert.
Red robot, are you ready? Blue robot, are you ready? Judges, are you ready?
Are you ready?
This fight
Yeah, okay. Awesome.
begin in 3.
All right, Destroyer red corner, Tiger Claw blue corner. Weapons are on and up to speed. Both robots feeling each other out. Going for a charge. There's a first hit. Tiger Claw flipping Destroyer upside down. Destroyer back on its feet. The bots are looking for positions over here. Another hit over here from Tiger Claw, and Destroyer is once again upside down. When they're upside down, that bar is spinning in the wrong direction. They're right side up again. That's a good hit from Tiger Claw. And another one. So Tiger Claw winning these exchanges, and very forcefully, too. It does not look like it's their first fight at all. Another good hit from Tiger Claw, then backing Destroyer into a corner. Right now, Tiger Claw winning these exchanges emphatically. You see those big forks on Tiger Claw. They are doing their job. They're getting Tiger Claw underneath. Oh, and that is the weapon, and that's a tap out. Tiger Claw wins by knockout.
Looks like a fail-safe issue.
And in the meantime, Loaded Die and Postpartum are duking it out in the other cage.
Coming back to the ants. We're
Yep.
finishing the plastics in the other arena.
Yep.
Chocolate Chipper and Trouble is your next fight.
So these fights over here are all going to be in the other cage?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Because Loaded Die and Block and Cheese and Bottom Feeder are
All the same team. Makes sense.
So I'm just making
Yep.
sure that they're not fighting at the same time.
Okay, the one thing is Chocolate Chipper is going to be in this cage.
Yes.
So you may want to switch cages. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It's fine. I'll swap out with one of these guys. Yeah, Kristen, don't worry.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I forgot. That's why I was trying to get tax evasion. Cerise, but they're not.
Okay, we are switching back to ant rates here in the red and blue cage. So it's going to be Chocolate Chipper versus Treble with the winner fighting Enigma. So back to ant rates, 1 pound box here.
Do you have a good understanding?
Yeah, as long as we can clearly tell who wins, and I can tell it's postpartum. Awesome, thank you.
So that you can switch information. The matrix part is what.
So in the other cage, Postpartum has defeated Loaded Die by knockout. So that means Postpartum is going to face Pipsqueak in the next round. Loaded Die will drop to the elimination bracket and face their opponent there. Await their opponent there. Alright, so we have Chocolate Chipper in the red corner, and we have Trouble literally in the blue corner. Alright, so Chocolate Chipper, a vertical spinner, and Treble, a horizontal spinner.
Do you guys have another judge at the table? Switching somebody from the other table? Okay, go over. You gotta go do it. They're loading in.
Weapon lock on.
Oh, okay, good.
Do not drive until they pick up your transmitter.
Alright, the doors are closing. Chocolate Chipper in the red corner, Treble in the blue corner. Bots are driving around right now doing their Twitch tests. Treble setting himself. Oh! Treble testing its weapon against the side of the cage. The weapon does work.
Transmitter's down.
Transmitter's down. We are opening the cage doors. We're going to try to get Treble into its corner.
What happened?
Treble's weapon hit the side of the cage, and they got high centered on the ledge.
All right, Trouble seems to be untroubled, at least in theory. You can see they're moving around. They just need back in the corner. Okay, Trouble looks good.
Red robot, are you ready?
Red robot is ready. Blue robot is ready.
Judges, are you ready?
3 thumbs up. I need to see 3 thumbs up from the judges.
I'll just get the names
Yep.
later.
Well, no, let's get the names now. Get the names now. Chocolate Chipper is the first spot. So Chocolate. 1 second on the judges. And Trouble is the other bot. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Trouble is which one?
Trouble is the blue. It's always red corner first, blue corner second. Okay. All right. Ready? Oh, sorry. Finish writing. Don't tell me you're ready till you're ready.
I just gotta make my own.
Sure. Exactly. Yeah.
So I know which is which.
Okay. Give a thumbs up once you're ready.
All right, judges are ready.
We're doing 2 ant fights and 2 plant fights in the other arena, and then lunch.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, we have 2 ant fights and 2 plant fights today, and then we are having lunch.
Blue robot, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? This fight will begin in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robot, fight!
All right, we are starting again, and that is Chocolate Chipper backing its way into Trouble. Now, Chocolate Chipper almost got itself high-centered on the lip of the arena. Trouble is backing away. Oh, and striking the side of the arena again, doing that horizontal dance. Because as long as that weapon's spinning, it's gonna want to gyro and be on the side. You see what's happening is that weapon on Trouble is striking a bit of the arena and making a dance. Meanwhile, Chocolate Chipper's weapon is not spinning. Trouble's weapon is spinning, and they're going to try to land a hit. There's a hit, and that is the weapon off of Trouble. Trouble has lost its weapon. They may ask for an unstick. Trouble is moving. like a bang that sounded like something got detached. Has plenty of amazing food options.
the front cage, where we are going to have Oreo facing Upside Down Helicopter. I think that's the name of the bot. Yep, Upside Down Helicopter. What's up?
I don't want a bot hitting the ceiling and these coming down at you.
Yeah.
We have had somebody leave a remote on the arena roof, and it ended up about 15 feet away.
Well, those aren't going to hurt anybody. Yeah, but still, it's not a good look, you know? I think it's the right thing to do. So Oreo and Upside Down Helicopter. Oreo will be in the red corner, which is over there. Upside Down Helicopter will be in the blue corner, which is over here.
Robots down, transmitters down.
Just about ready to resume here. The afternoon session here at GSCRL Seasonal Smackdown. We're resuming with the Ants. This is Oreo versus Upside Down Helicopter. The winner of this fight will face Impulse. The loser of this fight will face Bumblebee, who has unexpectedly found themselves in the elimination bracket after their first fight in the biggest plot twist of the day. So that is Oreo in the red corner, Upside Down Helicopter in the blue corner. Thumbs up if you're ready. Yep. And we're off. Both of these bots are undercutters. So they have a horizontal spinner, very low. They are trying to take out their opponent's wheels. See, Upside Down Helicopter is these special plastic, probably TPU wheels. It's going to be fairly resistant to an undercutter. That was a pretty big hit, and I don't see Upside Down Helicopter's weapon working. Oh, so much for that plan. That is a wheel from Upside Down Helicopter. I mean, the wheel itself is fine. It's just not attached to the robot anymore. Now, Upside Down Helicopter can still translate somewhat. Oreo takes out the other wheel. Now, Upside Down Helicopter can somewhat translate with the weapon, but that weapon's gone, and that's a tap out. So Oreo advances. They are going to face Impulse. Upside Down Helicopter will advance to face Bumblebee in the elimination bracket. A hug. All right, so now we're going to have, it looks like, Kristen, if this is correct, Harlequin in the darkest timeline, if they're not already loaded in the other cage. They're in the other cage. So it looks like we're going to go to Brutally Honest versus Hellhound in the front cage. Meanwhile, the other cage is starting up, Harlequin versus the Darkest Timeline. I am far away from that cage, but I will update you on the result of that fight. I'm hearing a lot of oohs and ahs, though. Meanwhile, we have Brutally Honest loading into the red corner and Hellhound loading into the blue corner. And if their first fights are any indication, this should be a banger of a fight. Going to check on the other cage. I will be right back. All right, looks like we have a bot in need of an unstick. That would be Brutally Honest. Both of these are wide body vertical spinners. Door is shut. Robots can now drive. All right, so it looks like Brutally Honest can drive. Also, Hellhound can drive. We have everything we need for a robot fight. Thumbs up if you're ready. Awesome. And we are off like bad cheese. Weapons are up to speed. Contact with body chassis, and those forks are keeping each other away. No weapon contact just yet. The bots wrestling each other. This is coming down to drive power, and that's Hellhound with the advantage over there, with the driving advantage. Brutally Honest trying to disengage, but Hellhound pushing Brutally Honest around. Still no weapon to body contact or weapon to weapon contact just yet. These forks are doing what they're defensively meant to do, keep the opponent from hitting you, and that is Hellhound with a pin. With these weapons neutralized by the forks, the geometry of the forks, that means that this is kind of a control fight. Oh, but there is Hellhound driving over Brutally Honest. And another pin from Hellhound. Hellhound definitely has control so far, and I think that's the forks of Brutally Honest. Now there's Hellhound grinding in the back of Brutally Honest. That's the best contact that we've had so far. Another good hit from Hellhound on the back of Brutally Honest. Not sure if Brutally Honest's weapon is up. I need to get a closer look. Brutally Honest spinning upside down. There's a great hit from Hellhound. And now Brutally Honest not moving, and that's a tap out. Brutally Honest taps out. Hellhound looking very, very powerful. They're going to advance to fight the winner of Harlequin and the Darkest Timeline. Brutally Honest is going to move to the elimination bracket, and they're going to face Humu Humu. Humu Humu, incidentally, advanced via forfeit. Mega Knight is our first bot eliminated from the tournament. They have forfeited their fight against Humu Humu in the elimination bracket. Thank you. Oh, we have a JD from the other cage. This is a big fight between Darkest Timeline and Harlequin. It is a unanimous decision for your winner, Darkest Timeline. So Darkest Timeline will advance by judge's decision. They're going to move on, and they're going to face Hellhound, the bot we just saw win a fight. Harlequin is going to move to the elimination bracket. They're going to fight the winner of Bumblebee versus Upside Down Helicopter. This sets up a potential Harlequin-Bumblebee pinfest between two very highly ranked bots here at GSCRL. And one of these bots is going to be going home early. All right. In the other cage, we have Power Off loading in against Hyperwave. This cage will have Enigma versus Chocolate Chipper. We're going to hear a lot of loud bangs from the other cage. That sounds like a very quick tap out. So either Power Off or Hyperwave in the other cage has tapped out. I'll find out the results of that soon enough. Thank you. And that is Power Off winning against Hyperwave. Hyperwave tapped out that fight in the other cage. So Power Off advances and will face the winner of this fight.
Yeah, John texted me Thursday. It's like, is it too late?
So this will be Enigma in the red corner and Chocolate Chipper in the blue corner. Hey, it looks like Enigma's on. I'm sorry. It looks like Chocolate Chipper is on. Lars is turning Enigma on. Weapon locks are out. Or coming out, at least. They're out. Transmitters out of the cages. Sorry. So this is Enigma in the blue corner. Chocolate Chipper in the red corner. All right. So here comes Chocolate Chipper into the red corner. Enigma already set up in the blue corner. Vertical spinner versus vertical spinner. Four-wheel versus four-wheel. Enigma has forks. Chocolate Chipper, no forks. So we're going to see if those forks will help Enigma get some leverage and win some of these exchanges here. Forks are a very common a very common tool with a lot of these bots. The idea with the vertical spinner is you want to get under your opponent. Judges, thumbs up if you're ready. Okay.
This fight will begin in 3, 2, 1.
And we are off. Here we go. There's exactly what I'm talking about. Two massive hits from Enigma, and that's those forks able to get leverage underneath their opponent, and Chocolate Chipper is upside down, and so now there's an unstick, so Enigma has 10 seconds to... Enigma's stuck on the floor. Nope, they're able to move a little bit, and now we're going to pause. We're going to pause, we're going to unstick Chocolate Chipper. All right, so Chocolate Chipper got moved. In theory, they should be able to still make contact with the floor with their wheels. Thumbs up if you're ready. Yeah, it looks like Chocolate Chipper cannot touch the ground with their wheels. Enigma's left drive side is down, but that is a moot point with the countdown going down. Enigma is going to win this one by knockout. So Enigma will advance to fight Power Off. We're getting to the point where these fights are going to be very, very terrifying. Power off versus Enigma. That's going to be a lot of power in that cage from two really powerful vertical spinners. And remember, we also have the Darkest Timeline versus Hellhound, two more heavy hitters in the other undefeated fight. Now, Chocolate Chipper, still alive. They will take on Banana Blitz in the other cage, or say in the elimination bracket. I don't know what cage they're going to be in just yet. I believe Bort and Tartarus are currently duking it out in the other cage right now. I'll keep you updated on that. So looks like we're going to have Trash Panda and Lilliputian up next, if I am reading my bracket correctly. Yeah, that sounds like it. All right, we are going to have Flamingo versus Tax Evasion in this next fight. Flamingo looked really good in its last fight, taking out Humpty Dumpty. Tax Evasion had some drive controller difficulties, but they defeated really tough-looking Sarisa anyway. Hopefully their drive issues are sorted. They're probably going to need all their drive against a control bot like Flamingo. But that weapon's looking really nasty. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this fight will go. All right, we are seeing Flamingo in the red corner. That's the Flamingo colored bot. And we have Tax Evasion in the blue corner. That's the vertical spinner with the wide body. Tax Evasion's weapon spinning down instead of up. And its weapon is designed to spin up, so at least in terms of the material cutout and design. So Tax Evasion is just going to work on the weapon, see if they can get it spinning in the correct direction. If not, it will still do damage, but it won't throw its opponent in the air. Okay, so Tax Evasion is going to work with a weapon spinning down. They're going to be kind of a hammer, this event, this fight. Here we go. And here we go. Weapons are up to speed, or at least weapon is up to speed. Flamingo does not have an active weapon. They're going to try to wedge their way to victory just like that. And the thing about a bot like Flamingo, it can use its opponent's weapon against itself. Thank you. So Flamingo is going to try to get Tax Evasion to sort of tilt a little bit and get its weapon to hit the floor, the wall, that sort of thing. You got Tax Evasion to dance around and fly around the cage. Now, they can only hold those pins for 5 seconds because they do not have an active weapon. Oh, now Flamingo not moving. And Flamingo is asking for an unstick. Oh, they're working again, but they have used their unstick. A big dancing. Okay, Flamingo, it looks like they are moving again. Tax evasion is upside down. And with their weapon spinning the wrong way, they're going to have a tough time self-righting. Because that whole bot is designed to have the weapon spinning in the other direction. That's sort of... and that could be a tricky situation as a driver. You just kind of have to improvise in that case. Now, Flamingo with a lot of good pins right now. And tax evasion has to figure out a way to get some damage, you know, maybe against that soft back of... Oh, I haven't been able to enter it yet. I'll enter it at the end once this fight is over. All right, another pin from Flamingo. Tax evasion with a fork stuck against the wall. They're able to get it out, and another pin from Flamingo. And now they're re-engaging. Some more good pinning and contact from Flamingo. Flamingo stuck against the side. Remember, they have used their unstick. That is a pin from tax evasion. And now Flamingo able to get themselves unstuck. It would have been a much trickier situation if they couldn't. Tax evasion once again striking the floor, and that's the fight. Judges, do you need functionality?
No functionality needed. We can unload. All right, so now in the meantime, I can tell you from the other fight, we had Bort versus Tartarus. The winner of that fight by unanimous judges' decision is Bort. So Bort is moving on from the fight in the other cage. Meanwhile, we have a JD for this fight, Flamingo versus tax evasion. So Flamingo will move on. They will face the winner of Trash Panda versus Lilliputian. Meanwhile, Bort, who won their fight, will fight the winner of Impulse versus Oreo. Now, tax evasion is not done for the day yet. They're going to face the winner of Deep 6-7 versus Violet Flame. And then Impulse versus Oreo. Tartarus, excuse me. Tartarus is going to face the winner of Team Vertical versus Blueberry. And that's the next fight, in fact. Team Vertical versus Blueberry. And this is going to be our first elimination fight. So whoever loses this next fight is done for the day with the unfortunate record of 0-2. And with a tournament like this, you're always going to have bots going 0-2. Just the way it goes. Meanwhile, in the other cage, it looks like we have Trash Panda and Lilliputian competing. The winner of that fight will move on to fight Flamingo. And I will update you as soon as I have a result in that fight. All right, so we have Blueberry loaded into the blue corner. They are a lifter. In their previous fight, Blueberry lost to JD to Hellhound. Meanwhile, Team Vertical, in the very first fight of the day, was knocked out by Brutally Honest. Okay, Team Vertical loading in. And yes, Team Vertical is a horizontal spinner. Transmitters turning on. Notice there is a very specific order where we do these because you can't fool around in terms of safety with these bots. Do this in a specific order. Make sure that, oh, we have a JD in the Lilliputian versus Trash Panda fight. Your winner by tap out is Lilliputian. So Lilliputian gets Trash Panda to tap out. Lilliputian will take on Flamingo in their next fight. So we're going to see how that undercutter of Lilliputian goes up against that low profile of Flamingo. Meanwhile, cage doors closing here on this elimination fight. Now, Trash Panda
is going to fight the winner of Sushi versus Trouble. That's a fight that's going to be coming up very soon. All right, so Blueberry in the blue corner. So much more natural with Blueberry in the blue corner. Last fight there in the red corner, I personally found that very confusing. So Team Vertical setting themselves up in the red corner. They're named Team Vertical. They are a horizontal spinner. Your eyes are not deceiving you. All right, here we go. Fight just about to start. Team Vertical versus Blueberry. Blueberry, you'll notice they have their weapon up. That's because they don't want it. Oh, great. That is a very, very good hit from Blueberry. They have forced Team Vertical to do the thing. Okay. All right, they have requested an unstick. Blueberry may come in and unstick their opponent. If not, we will do the unstick for them. We're going to pause, so we are pausing for an unstick. So we are going to unstick Team Vertical. So what we say doing the thing, that is exactly what Team Vertical is doing right now. They have been knocked on the side in a way that they cannot easily self-right from. So they've used their unstick. They do not get another unstick. All right. Cage is closed. We're almost ready to restart.
Red driver, are you ready? Judges, ready. Blue driver, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? There's 2 minutes remaining in the match.
2 minutes left in this fight. Off we go once again. I don't see the weapon. Oh, there goes the weapon of Team Vertical. Meanwhile, Blueberry electing to fight with that lifter raised. They're dropping the lifter onto it. They're going to try to act as a grabber, use that lifter to grab their opponent and drive them around. Doing that mainly to keep the lifter from getting damage from that nasty horizontal weapon that Team Vertical sports. Team Vertical knocking themselves against the side of the cage. 90 seconds left in this fight. So Team Vertical has not been able to get that big kill shot that they want to with that weapon. And that's, a lot of that is because of that wedge. Oh, there goes that lifter down on Team Vertical. Team Vertical forced to dance a little bit because of that. Now, Team Vertical's drive seems a little... No, sorry. Blueberry's drive seems a little bit hinky. You can see them dropping that lifter down on Team Vertical again. Trying for a grab instead of a lift. They're going to use that wedge also to deflect those shots from that weapon. That wedge has been a big factor in this fight so far. Team Vertical has not just been able to get that big hit yet. Remember, this is an elimination fight. The bot that loses this fight is done for the day, at least as far as the tournament is concerned. 30 seconds remaining. A judge decision looming. And Blueberry's drive still seems a little off, but that's a good lift. And that gets Team Vertical... Well, they're technically upside down, though that doesn't really change a whole lot. 10 seconds. Team Vertical... Oh, there's another good lift. I think one of Team Vertical's wheels is not working. And that's the fight. So the judges are requesting a drive functionality test for Team Vertical. All right. Do you need anything else? Okay, we can unload. All right, so here comes the JD. The winner of this fight moves on to fight Tartarus. The loser of this fight is eliminated for the day. All right, the JD is just about in. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Blueberry.
We're going to do function, Alex.
So Blueberry will move on to fight Tartarus. Unfortunately, Team Vertical is eliminated from the event. They can still fight exhibition fights and grudge fights. Usually that's a good thing to do to continue to gain experience and familiarity with your bot. But, you know, this is the elimination side of the bracket, so at this point, bots are going to start to get eliminated.
Yeah. I would consider not having a weapon significant impairment.
Even if, yeah, it doesn't matter if they did it to themselves.
Okay, the other cage, we just had Sushi taking on Trouble, and that fight went to a JD. And your winner by unanimous decision there is Sushi. So Sushi is going to move on. They're going to face Trash Panda. Trouble is eliminated. Right now we have Humpty Dumpty versus Sarisa. The winner of this fight will move on to fight Hyperwave. The loser of this fight is eliminated.
Thinks it's so funny that I get irritated by the 6-7 jokes because my younger coworker makes them constantly. So I'm like, the kids are 2 to 3s, yeah. So they're not. No, they are, but they hold a sibling.
They're like verbal by that age?
I'm a little kid who goes, happy Halloween, guys. Now say it back to me.
All right, here we go. This is Sarisa in the blue corner. And in the red corner is Humpty Dumpty. I remember they had drive issues in their last fight. We might need a little bit of broom help. Meanwhile, massive sounding hits. I believe that is Deep 6-7 versus Violet Flame. Deep 6-7 with some, I'm assuming that's Deep 6-7 with the big hits. We will get an update on that fight as soon as I have one. But it is loud. All right, we're going to open up the cage and we're going to give Humpty Dumpty a little bit of a broom assist. The broom is standing in for the role of all the King's men right now. Flipping up Humpty Dumpty the other direction. They are now very firmly in the red corner. That's a great shot by the broom. Matt, that's some good aim. That's some good aim. All right, Humpty Dumpty has some drive, hopefully enough to get this fight moving. Red driver's ready. Blue driver's ready. Judges are ready. All right. Sarisa making their way to the corner where Humpty Dumpty is, and that's exactly the kind of jab. Oh, they got a bit of Humpty Dumpty in their weapon. Yeah, that's the wheel that is embedded in Sarisa's weapon right now. So Sarisa's not going to be able to spin because that wheel is blocking their spin, but they have this wedge that they can use anyway. Now Humpty Dumpty's weapon is spun up, but Sarisa using their wedge to push Humpty Dumpty around. You can see Humpty Dumpty bouncing around. That weapon might not be well balanced, and certainly not having one of their wheels does not help. So Sarisa trying to figure out a way to proceed in this fight with one of Humpty's wheels attached to it. Now, the ref is not considering this entanglement, so we are going to continue with this fight. Humpty Dumpty just vibrating its way all around the cage. They're almost like a bristle bot right now. Sarisa content to just push Humpty around with Sarisa's disabled weapon. And now Sarisa with Humpty Dumpty in the corner. Sarisa has a good pin. In the meantime, we do have a JD in the, a tap out in the other fight. Deep 6-7 has defeated defeated Violet Flame by tap out. Deep 6-7 will move on to face tax evasion. Meanwhile, over here in this cage, Sarisa still literally pushing Humpty Dumpty around. Humpty may survive to the judges here, but their drive is just not looking functional with that weapon bouncing against the floor and bouncing all over the cage. Some good ramming and slamming by Sarisa. 9 seconds remaining. Some more good hits. And that's the fight. So we're going to go to the judges. Can we remove the wheel from Sarisa? Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the wheel from Sarisa, the wheel that is embedded, and see if the weapon works. It's worth doing the due diligence.
Harley Quinn, red.
Harley Quinn. It's not spelled correctly.
Okay, weapon lock is in. We're going to try to remove this wheel embedded in that weapon. There it goes. We're going to take the weapon lock out. We're going to close the cage door, and then we're going to try the weapon out. Okay, we're going to test the weapon. There's the weapon. Okay, so we see Sarisa does have a functioning weapon. It was just the wheel that was blocking it.
I spelled your robot correctly.
We are good to unload. Good to go. So the judges are deliberating right now. Winner of this fight will face Hyperwave. Loser of the fight is eliminated. Yeah, they're coming out. Got it. Thank you. We're going to move over to the undefeated bracket with Impulse versus Oreo up next. Meanwhile, we have a JD. Unanimous JD for Sarisa. So Sarisa wins the fight by judge's decision. They're going to move on to face Hyperwave. Humpty Dumpty is eliminated. All the King's horses, etc. So now Impulse versus Oreo. This is going to be an undefeated side of the bracket, so the loser is not eliminated. In fact, the loser of this fight is going to face Harlequin, another bot that has surprisingly found themselves in the elimination side. Now the winner is going to face Bort. Bort's already 2-0 with a knockout and a JD. So looks like they're in pretty good shape right now. Meanwhile, there's fighting sounds coming from the other cage. That sounds like Hierophant versus Netter. The reason I think that is because I hear a pin count. And Hierophant being a, I believe that is a cam lifter in the plant division, if I'm not mistaken. So there's going to be a lot of pin counts there. Fights are loading in now. Impulse will be in the red corner. Oreo will be he'll be in the red corner. Yeah, Oreo. I'm sorry, yeah, no. Impulse is red corner. Oreo is blue corner. So Lars just has to go there. Impulse red corner. Oreo blue corner. Yeah, I understand. Both of these bots are 1-0. Impulse defeated Bumblebee in an upset JD. Oreo defeated Upside Down Helicopter not too long ago in this very cage. Weapon locks are coming out. Oh, don't start the weapon. Don't start the weapon.
Until I tell you to do so.
We're good.
All right, Impulse versus Oreo. All right, Impulse, red corner. Oreo, blue corner. Two undercutters. And we're off. Weapons up to speed. You see how fast Impulse is. His cage floor not terribly even because that low riding weapon on Impulse is contacting the floor a little bit. You see sparks. It is a steel floor. Impulse knocking itself against the side of the cage, and I think Oreo just did that as well. Impulse moving very, very well. Oh, there's some bits of Oreo flying around the cage, and I already see the left wheel is chunked up, and some more vicious attacking. Oreo still able to drive, though there's a bunch of Oreo lumped in the corner right now. Oreo's upside down. They're not going to be able to strike Impulse with their weapon. And I think one of their drive sides is down. Ref calling for motion or unstick. And Impulse is providing the motion. They're the ones hitting Oreo, and that's a tap out. Oreo taps out. Impulse moves on. So Impulse will face Bort. He's going to go for this pin, but that weapon on Tiny Terror able to spin Derpy around. Derpy looking to get some control over this fight. That's exactly what they want to do. Get under Tiny Terror and push them around. But Tiny Terror with a nice counterpunch. That weapon on Tiny Terror is not messing around. 45 seconds left in this fight. This is still anybody's game. Grinding against that back plate is Tiny Terror. Derpy again taking Tiny Terror into the wall. They've done a bunch of good slams. There's a good hit from Tiny Terror. That's exactly where Evan wants to aim. If they can get just on that corner of those forks, they can get a little bit of leverage and throw Derpy into the air. But if Derpy can get to the side of Tiny Terror, they can get underneath Tiny Terror. But that was a big hit from Tiny Terror. And another one. 4 seconds left in this fight. Derpy looking for one last thing. And that is that. And is now in the hands of the judges. So I mentioned this before in the scramble of the fight. We did have a result: Salt and Pepper versus 2 bots. Salt and Pepper won that fight via KO. So Salt and Pepper will advance and face the winner of this fight. 2 Robots is going to move over to the elimination bracket. Votes are coming in for this fight. We okay. Okay, sounds good. We have a split decision in this fight. With all scores 5-4. This is as close as we can get. Your winner by split judges decision, Tiny Terror. So Tiny Terror moves on by the slimmest of margins. They're going to face Salt and Pepper. Derpy is going to face Block of Cheese in the elimination bracket. 2 Robots is going to face Bottom Feeder in the elimination bracket. We're going to jump back to Ants very briefly. This is going to be Bumblebee versus Upside Down Helicopter. This is an elimination fight. The winner of this fight will face Harlequin, another high-ranked GSCRL bot that has found themselves in the elimination bracket. So Bumblebee versus Harlequin means that one of the early tournament favorites is going to get knocked out, going to get eliminated in the second round. Meanwhile, hearing action in the other cage, that's still the plants going on. That's Crash Panda versus Tiger Claw. All right, looks like that Upside Down Helicopter has already lost a wheel pre-fight, which is an inauspicious way to start the fight. All right, Bumblebee versus Upside Down Helicopter. So immediately a motion or unstick called for. And I think they're actually, are they high-centered on their own wheel? Bumblebee very kindly providing the unstick on Upside Down Helicopter. And we're going to pause for an unstick. All right, hands off controllers. We're going to try our best to unstick Upside Down Helicopter. It's had issues with its wheel in its previous fight also, so let's see if it can do any translated movement. All right, 2 minutes, 4 seconds left in this fight. Oh, that is the other wheel falling off of Upside Down Helicopter. They are able to move with their weapon mount. I mean, it's not controlled motion, but it's motion. Bumblebee. Oh, now they're upside down. They can't use their weapon anymore. They've already used their unstick. Bumblebee already by the door, ready to get loaded out. And that is the fight. Bumblebee wins by knockout. Oh, we have a judge's result in the other cage in our fight versus Crash Panda versus Tiger Claw. Now remember Tiger Claw, this is their first ever event And yet they have defeated Crash Panda by unanimous judges' decision. So moving on in the undefeated bracket is Tiger Claw, winning by JD. Crash Panda is going to drop to the elimination bracket. Crash Panda is going to fight Hammer Bammer. Now we know how to pronounce that spot's name, Casper. Tiger Claw is going to face the winner of Pipsqueak versus Postpartum. Awesome. Speaking of Pipsqueak versus Postpartum, that is the next fight we're going to have here. So we're still in the plants division.
Yeah. Whereas I've got to like stick around the corner.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
You gotta really need that. Lemon and Jillian gave this to me, and I'm just so obsessed with it. It's a weapon lock, but it is a Max, why do you do this to me? I'm teasing. I'm so teasing you, buddy. You're alright. Max and I are cool. Max had this fun up his weapon once. We're gonna power cycle. Okay. He put his transmitter up top. Where is my baby? That's not my baby. That's someone else's baby.
So maybe.
Just like, yeah. He was using tools earlier.
Tools, I'm okay with.
No. You are not allowed to use tools in these calls.
No, I thought you said tools to get it in.
No. We don't want you to use tools as a weapon lock because God forbid someone's like, oh, I'm just going to grab this screwdriver real quick. Now you have an unlocked weapon.
I thought you were saying he was putting it in.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. I love that he just kind of like stabs it.
I kind of.
I mean, from a safety standpoint, there's definitely better, but from a visual standpoint,
Yeah.
Kill.
this knight will kill.
He's too low for the floor.
Some big sounding hits from the other cage. It's probably last minute versus Deatherang, I believe. Now, last minute Deatherang, the fight in the other cage, is the winner of that fight is going to fight Hierophant. Loser of that fight is going to face Loaded Die.
He has been in his rep outfit since before the matches started. I don't know why he's not here. I say I'm
Clearly a personal thing.
Nope. Just poke it and that's it. You are not guaranteed a right.
We're doing a little bit of cage maintenance right now, maintenance on the camera. Before our next fight, Pipsqueak versus Postpartum. Sounds like we got a tap out of last minute versus Deatherang. I'll update you as soon as I can.
You guys are doing great.
So it's going to be Pipsqueak in the red corner and Postpartum in the blue corner.
And the other dude whose name I don't
Meanwhile, in the other cage, that was Deatherang defeating last minute by tap out.
He knows my name. Here's the thing, and I say this with all
In the other cage, next fight is going to be Trampoline versus Ignis. This is a undefeated fight, so loser is not eliminated. Winner of this fight will face Tiger Claw. Loser of this fight faces Crypt. All right, that's Pipsqueak heading into the red corner. Postpartum heading in the blue corner. Postpartum is a multi-bot. We have a lifter and a vertical spinner up against the big bar undercutter of Pipsqueak. All right. Bots are readied up. Nice little bow on Pipsqueak. Bots feeling each other out, slowly advancing. That's a big menacing weapon on Pipsqueak. Postpartum advancing very cautiously. That weapon can do some damage to those two smaller bots. All right, there's that first contact, and Pipsqueak definitely gets the better of that exchange. Now that lifter half of Pipsqueak, that right drive side is no longer functioning. The spinner side seems to be doing okay so far. There's a good hit from Pipsqueak. Postpartum knocked against the side of the wall, and now they're hitting the floor. Pipsqueak is not movement. Now they're moving. Scary moment where Pipsqueak was not moving, but now they're moving again. They might be having some transmitter problems or ESC issues. Nevertheless, they are moving again. 90 seconds left in this fight. I think the lifter side of Postpartum does not seem to be moving at all anymore. So it's now Pipsqueak versus that one half of Postpartum, the spinner half, which is currently breakdancing on its head. Its weapon is still working, though. Pipsqueak's weapon still working. Postpartum's left drive side seems unhappy. Some more hits. You see little bits of yellow chassis getting knocked apart off of Postpartum's body. Postpartum trying to... Oh, Postpartum with some friendly fire, but that seems to have unstuck the other half of Postpartum. They're still having left drive side problems. See a little bit of chassis that has come off, and the weapon on Pipsqueak is not moving. Now Postpartum converging on Pipsqueak. Oh, and I think Pipsqueak's battery may have died. They're requesting an unstick, but I don't think Pipsqueak's going to be coming back if their battery's dead. We're going to pause. We're going to pause. Eight seconds left in this fight. Very likely heading to the judges. Yep, so still no motion from Pipsqueak. Postpartum able to move around just fine, and that's the fight. All right, the judges are now going to decide the winner of the fight. Alex Curtis to the black cage for a rules clarification. right, hands off controllers. The cage door is open. Judges are deliberating. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, in the other cage, we have a JD between in the fight between Trampoline and Ignis. All three scores are 5-4, but it is a unanimous decision for Ignis. So Ignis is advancing via JD. Meanwhile, for this fight, Pipsqueak versus Postpartum, your winner by unanimous decision is Pipsqueak. Narrow decision. Pipsqueak losing the damage scores, but Pipsqueak won the engagement scores. Got it. Thank you. Back to our team. Okay, let's do that. I need a little bit of a break.
They changed it for champs, and I don't think it went well. They just didn't put it wrong.
All right, we are going back to Ants. This is a biggie right here. We have the darkest timeline in the red corner, and we have Hellhound in the blue corner. This is going to be a certified banger. The winner of this fight will advance to the winner's semifinal, the undefeated semifinal. And that puts them only 2 wins from the grand finals. This is an important fight to win.
Judges are recommended to have multiple screens so you can have multiple camera angles up at a time.
Interesting. That's weird. Yeah.
All right, we have 2 wide body vertical spinners coming at it. It's going to be a big fight. Lots of hits, I anticipate. All right, Darkest Timeline wins the first, second, and third engagements. Hellhound still fully functional, but Darkest Timeline really throwing them around the cage, at least for the first 30 seconds of the fight. Hellhound looking for an opening. Oh, there's a big hit. That is a little bit of Hellhound that just flew off. That's the left wheel guard that just came off of Hellhound. That's another bit of Hellbound and a tap out. Hellhound has tapped out. The Darkest Timeline moves on. A very convincing win by the Darkest Timeline. And they are moving on to the undefeated semifinal.
Nothing's exposed.
It's gonna be on it.
So Darkest Timeline advances. Hellhound will move to the elimination bracket and await their winner. Await their opponent, I should say. We don't know.
The little bot that endured.
Meanwhile, there's some action going on in the other cage. And it sounds like it's a plant fight going on. Yeah, that's Kairos versus Monster 777 going at it right now. The winner of that fight will move on to face Ignis. Meanwhile, Lilliputian and Flamingo is going to be next in this cage. This is another undefeated bracket fight. Undefeated half of the bracket, so the loser will not be eliminated. The winner will fight the winner of Bort and Impulse. All right, the other fight is going to a JD. That's Kairos versus Monster 777. That is going to be a JD. Okay, we are loading in now. Lilliputian will be in the red corner. Flamingo will be in the blue corner. Now, it's the geometry of this fight that's going to be really interesting. To see exactly how Lilliputian can hit the top of Flamingo and what effect it's going to have. Because Flamingo is wide enough that Lilliputian may not be able to get on top of them. Lilliputian may use Flamingo as a ramp instead. Meanwhile, in the other cage, we have a JD. In plants, Monster 777 has defeated Kairos by judge's decision. So Monster 777 will move on to face Ignis. Meanwhile, Kairos is going to face Underpeel in the elimination bracket in plants. All right, we are ready to start this fight. Lilliputian versus Flamingo. Lilliputian in the red corner, Flamingo in the blue corner. Both bots pink. And we are off. Now, Flamingo's going to have a bit of a challenge trying to pin Lilliputian. With those big wheels, Lilliputian should be able to drive right over Flamingo. And Flamingo's weapon is low enough that they are able to strike the body of Flamingo. So Flamingo's going to have to figure out a way to get under Lilliputian and pin them, because those wheels are big enough that they'll be able to ignore a lot of those pin attempts that Flamingo's going to try to throw at them. Meanwhile, that weapon on Flamingo, perfectly capable... Sorry, the weapon on Lilliputian, perfectly capable of hitting Flamingo. Some more grinding against the floor from Lilliputian. Oh, that is one of the forks off of Flamingo that Lilliputian has just removed. But the cage getting a lot more quiet. Did that hit also take out Lilliputian's weapon? I don't think so. Lilliputian's weapon's still going. But Flamingo, that seems to have angered the Flamingo. Flamingo is hitting with a lot more intensity in terms of these pins. But you'd think that Lilliputian might have a bit of an advantage now with Flamingo down a fork. Flamingo just going face first into that weapon of Lilliputian. Now, you may not see that weapon of Lilliputian. It is a spinning bar beneath the base of that big-wheeled robot. And that's why you're seeing all those sparks. That bar is spinning much faster than you can see. But so far, Flamingo functionally able to handle the hits, barring that one removal of their fork / wheel guard. So if they can limit the damage to that, Flamingo might have a chance. But a lot depends on the last 30 seconds of this fight. If Lilliputian could do any more damage to Flamingo. Yeah, Flamingo just barreling straight into Lilliputian's weapon. showing the strength of its build. A lot of bots would be knocked out by now. Flamingo still driving like a champ. Of course, not having an active weapon means they can put all of their weight into that drive. The fight is over. Functionality? Judges, any functionality? No? No functionality needed. You can unload. That was an entertaining fight. Those were two evenly matched bots. And as we go through the day, we're going to see more and more of these really close fights as these bots get just better and better. Judges have their work cut out for them. All right, the votes are in. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Lilliputian. That was a close decision. Very well fought on both sides. Lilliputian advances. They will face the winner of Bort versus Impulse. Flamingo had a great fight. They are going to go to the elimination bracket and await their opponent there. All right, looks like right now we have looks like Oreo versus Hypnovision. So Oreo in the red corner, Hypnovision in the blue corner. Hypnovision is a shell spinner, so they have a full drive system and a shell on the top that spins very fast. That gives them a weapon that is much larger proportionally in mass than any other weapon here in this weight class. All right, looks like everybody's ready. Okay. This is an elimination fight. The winner moves on to fight either Tartarus or Blueberry. The loser is eliminated. Now, Oreo's drive, that's looking okay, but they took a big hit against the wall, and are they off? Has Oreo turned off? Have they turned themselves off with that hit against the wall? Okay, so they've asked for an unstick. So Hypnovision may unstick them. Is Hypnovision working? Hypnovision is working. We're going to pause for an unstick. So hands off controllers while we try to see if Oreo is high-centered on something. So this is Oreo's one unstick. If they're still stuck after this attempt, if they're still stuck after this unstick attempt, they're going to get counted out. Sounds like another fight starting in the other cage. That's probably Trash Panda versus Sushi starting up in the other cage. And already they're calling for a motion count out. That's wild. All right, no movement from Oreo, and that's a tap out. Hypnovision moves on. Getting a tap out from Oreo. This ends the day for Oreo. Hypnovision stays alive. They're going to face the winner of Tartarus versus Blueberry. Meanwhile, in the other cage, we have a winner. Crash Panda has knocked out Sushi. Sorry, Trash Panda has knocked out Sushi. So that ends the day for Sushi. Trash Panda moves on. Trash Panda will face the winner of Tax Evasion versus Deep 6-7. Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, I am going to step away for a moment to take a break. Stepping in for me is Alex. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, you know how to use True Finals, right?
I don't know because they kind of.
You'll be entering results. So to enter results, you'll just click the fight. You'll know the active fights because they're going to be surrounded by red. So you've probably seen that. Like these are fights that are upcoming in yellow. So you can still click on it regardless, but you'll know that which fights to click on because they'll be red. Yeah. And how they won. A tap out is a knockout. So you click on the one that won, except in the case of a forfeit, in which you click the one that lost, which is confusing. Yes, you're going to get cards for any result, including knockouts and tap-outs. That's just because for integrity, in case because we got 2 pages, we don't have everybody able to input everything. Because like, let's say if people are like, hey, I thought I won that one, we've got a record, a paper record to look at. Announce JVs, announce results from the other page.
Joining you all from NHRL. Going to step in for Gil for a bit. Good friend and colleague of mine. Let's give him his time off. Mic check.
I'm going to go around the other way.
Sounds good. All right, we got Harlequin and Bumblebee loaded into the black arena. Two veteran bot builders. Ought to be a good fight. Another lovely day and a holiday season at the Bridgewater Commons Mall. Beautiful mall if you haven't been. All right, Black Arena is starting. Both bots coming out fast.
I just want to swap back to being caged.
Locking horns and disengaging. Harlequin seems to have a grab. Quickly reversed. Those cam lifters have engaged a pin. Quite effectively. Pin quickly flipped on Harlequin. Propped up for an active pin. Back to dancing. Because as you know, it takes 2 to tango. Those cam lifters successfully grabbing another good pin. Once they got you, they are hard to escape. aggressive back-to-back pinning match. 1 minute on the clock. Who can hold the most pins? It seems to be Harlequin. Those cam lifters are unforgiving. Disengaging and quickly re-engaging. Oh, but quickly flipped and thrown against the wall for a reverse pin. Even got him stuck up there. We're gonna need motion or an unstick. 10 seconds of unstick. Seem to be successful. The match dialing down.
It's fucking hard for us. You make it hard for us.
I guarantee it was just a phase wire, bro.
That's full time. Quite a good match. I would say evenly balanced. It will be up to the judges to determine control. Or should I say engagement. Definitely a tough balance of engagement. Damage looks minimal this fight.
Two-man faster. You just gotta add.
Judge's decision in. The winner is Harlequin by judge's decision.
I'll run these over in a sec. Okay, so it's a little funky because everything totals to 9. So there's 4 points that's split between
Quite the dance between two very good control bots.
between them for engagement. So for damage, you rank them A through E. So each bot is graded individually. So A is like no damage or like only cosmetic damage. Down to E is significant impairment. So like if your drive system is completely broken or like not quite completely broken enough that you can like kind of wiggle around, so like fully like one side is out, and your weapon system doesn't work. And then this is kind of in between. So
An impressive design, I've been noted.
significant armor damage. So you
Bumblebee's wedges actually do articulate. They are specifically designed to combat cam lifters. It's a very good fight, and they seem to be very effective.
drive is all the way out. E is both of those pretty much out. From there, you go through to this table. So like if one's A and one's C,
Okay, I have a judge's decision for the other fight.
A
Just a moment.
points, and the bot says C gets 1 point. So then these add up to 4. Same kind of deal for engagement, except it's a little more abstract, like how we said. So typically,
Got it.
you'll kind of tick off
Was power off and
as with a bot that's doing positive points.
these,
If another bot
cancer
doing
hands?
anything. So basically, like you're attacking someone, if you're hitting them against the wall, high tech
Bracket
gun,
hands, thank you.
like chasing them, that sort of thing. No.
Judge's decision between power off and Enigma. The winner is power off by judge's decision.
1 sec. Does this make sense? Okay. Good. So, who moves in the middle? And then Voodoo on Kazuma is left. He's just not like he's moving. Who moves? Voodoo on it. This is the interesting one, probably. This is brutally honest. Okay, so that's
Back in the cage, we got two more ants in the black arena. Hyperwave versus Sarisa.
so then just circle the one that won usually. Yeah.
Microwave is the vert over there.
Hyperwave, a sturdy-looking vertical. Thank you. Sarisa, a Thagomizer-style horizontal.
In that case, it wasn't a judge's decision, so we just note it for the scoring.
Before this match starts, we do have results from the other cage. Humu Humu has tapped out, leaving Brutally Honest the winner.
Don't worry too much about spelling.
We got our ants loaded in. They are taking their corners. Both blades looking sharp and ready. Both bots are off. Ooh, Sarisa with an aggressive tail whip, damaging his horizontal in the process. Rough start for Sarisa. He's not out of it yet, though. Though he is going to need motion. Seems to be high-centered. Unstick coming in for Sarisa. 10 seconds of potential. He's been flipped over. Unstick was successful. Very rough start, but not out of it yet. Oh, we need motion from both bots seem to be stuck here. Neither showing any motion. This could be a double knockout again. Hyperwave requesting an unstick. 10 seconds of little potential. Though he is translating with the blade slightly. We are going to need to pause the match. Hyperwave will be slid slightly to conclude the unstick. From there, we are going to need motion from both bots. Man, it's just like the first fight. If he can slide enough with his weapon, he can move, but it might be a double knockout. He already used his, yeah. He just used his as well. They're going to slide him, yep. But he's not going to be able to move, I don't think. Tournament staff is deliberating on what could be a sticky situation resulting in a double knockout. The unstick will be concluded by sliding Hyperwave off the edge. From there, the match will resume. And if neither bots can show motion in 10 seconds, it will result in another double knockout going to judge's decision. Both bots seem to be on and potentially twitching at least some part of either driver weapon. But if it's not enough to translate across the arena, it is not acceptable motion. Referee is resuming. And we will see how this plans out. All right, Hyperwave can indeed translate with his weapon, leaving Sarisa crippled, moving slightly, but not quite enough. It's looking like a knockout. Not enough motion to keep in the fight. Hate to see it. But Sarisa wins by, Hyperwave wins by KO. Tournament staff, Kristen. Cue assigner, Kristen. I need you at the Black Arena when you have a moment. I made a little boo-boo. Okay, so this fight went by tap out, actually, and I clicked the wrong one. So the winner is... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm right. Humu Humu did win. Okay. Humu Humu. Okay, I apologize. I don't know if I clicked the wrong one. Okay, so it moved him forward. I gave myself a brain fart there. I apologize. Forfeit's the one we clicked. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we got 2 more bots loading into the Black Arena.
I know.
Yes, plastic or metal? Plants? It's like plastic or metal. Plants. Right, plants? Oh, it's metal. Okay. So they're ants. So this is ant, not plant. Got it.
You were doing this morning, right?
Thank you.
Yes.
We have a judge's decision between Blueberry and Tartarus. Looks like Tartarus wins by judge's decision.
What's this one? Banana.
Thank you. Yes. You're good. Chipper. Gotcha. We're good. Okay. Black Arena's loaded in with Chocolate Chipper versus Banana Blitz. 2 awesome looking verts. Let's see who comes out on top. Whoa, both bots coming out quick. Chocolate Chipper losing its balance, rebounding off the floor. Again, almost doing the thing for just a moment. Stuck vertically on its back plate. What a way to balance. Oh, we have a battery exposed. That will conclude the match. That thing popped right out of there. Quickly removed from the arena and rendered safe.
That's a knockout, right? Okay, so Banana wins.
All right. With that battery ejected from Chocolate Chipper, he will be knocked out, leaving Banana Blitz the winner. A quick one, but a good one. Got to see a little bit of everything in that fight. A little bit of robots doing the thing, a little bit of batteries exposed. Fortunately, only exposed and not compromised. As somewhat of a battery protocol professional, I can tell you, exposure and compromised are completely different. While they are fun to watch, they are not always fun to deal with. That being because battery smoke ain't no joke. For those unaware, these bots are powered by lithium polymer batteries, LiPos for short. Once compromised, the lithium oxidizes, creating a caustic gas. You do not want to breathe that stuff in, speaking from experience. It's got a funny smell to it, too. speaking of batteries, a lot of potential in these little packages. Great choice for robots, drones, and other things alike. RC cars, RC boats, a lot of power, small package. But as you know, with great power comes great responsibility. Battles do need to be maintained. Batteries need to be maintained tediously. And protocol should always be in place for battery safety. Rest assured, it sure is here at GSCRL. Okay, we got 2 more plants loading into the black arena. Loading in momentarily, we got Derpy in the red corner versus Blocko Cheese, aptly named, looks delicious, in the blue corner. So what kind of cheese is it? Looks like Swiss style, holes like Swiss, but it's yellow like cheddar. But it's also all American, baby. We like both. All right, both bots are powered on and unlocked. While I find myself curious, what kind of cheese Blocko Cheese is? It's got holes like Swiss, but yellow like cheddar. It's also all American. Performs very Gouda.
He couldn't get it working. He couldn't get it connect to his controller, so he can postpone the fight, I think, up to 20 minutes.
Pun intended. All right, Black Arena, here we go.
To have another fight. It seems like we're late enough in the day that we're running out of
Both plants coming out quick.
run immediately, so there wasn't
Blocko
much
Cheese
time to
spun
move.
up and ready to slam.
Justin is probably going to find people that are the next fight.
But it's going to be tough to get a good hit on a wedge like Derby's. It is some well-built plastic. The angle making it pretty hard for a horizontal to really inflict damage upon it. Coupled with 4-wheel drive, Derby looks solid. Both pilots dancing around, fighting for control. We got bot parts flying. Blocko Cheese chipping off bits of Derby, but pinned upon on top of Derby. He will break loose. Derpy's going to need a few more pins like that to hold this match. Blocko Cheese making some good connections with that horizontal spinner. A very well paired match. Derpy with another momentary pin. And not letting up. Successfully pinning Cheese again. Some tricky Cheese seems to quickly make it out of there. A seemingly symmetrical horizontal spinner. Blocko Cheese has some big wheels, making it pretty hard to hold down. Even when Derby gets a good pin, Cheese can simply drive over him. Not letting up. Derpy's got him in the corner with another successful pin at an angle where they cannot drive off of them. Time winding down. Derpy with another pin before the match is over. Got him high centered. And that's the match. Looked like a pretty good fight. Both bots still functioning, the judges deliberating. Damage seems minimal. engagement was rather high for both. They were truly on top of each other. The decision now in. Derpy wins the fight, pushing him forward in the bracket. The arena's being cleared, and more bots soon to come. Taking a peek over at the red arena, we got Hammer Bammer versus Crash Panda. Two awesome looking plants of the animal kingdom. Hammer, a shark style lifter. Crash Panda, a plastic vert. 30 seconds left in the match. Both animals dancing around one another. Ooh, Hammer going for the bite. Getting vertically knocked over. That shark fin seemingly working to help upright it. Takes another hit and flips back upright. But the match is now over. Definitely a good one. But which animal will turn out apex? Judges are deliberating. All right, two animalistic bots have fought, and the judges have deliberated. Results are in. Turns out the Crash Panda is the apex predator, winning by unanimous decision. We're back at the black arena with Nader versus Destroyer.
Damage was even, and it was clear, at least to me, that Crash Panda had at least some advantage in engagement, so it doesn't matter if they get 3 or 4. Yeah. But
you guys ready? Sure. Ready? They're ready. Cage is ready, and the black arena will be starting. Two more awesome plants. We got a vert, Destroyer with a vertical drum, Nader, another horizontal spinner. Both quick to engage.
I would have been more confident.
Couple good hits. No major contact just yet.
I do think he was having trouble driving. He has a very smooth front, and the floor is very nicked up by this point.
Nader in a death spin. Looking for a hit. Destroyer lining up, but not quite capitalizing. A little bit of weapon on weapon. We got some plastic shards flying. Oh, another good contact there. A lot of these plastic bits seem to be yellow. Looks like they're coming off of Nader's horizontal. But it's still spinning and still delivering energy. Good contact there. Time winding down in the match. Wheels looking a little wide on Destroyer. And there it goes. Ooh, a very good contact from Nader. We got a chunk of weapon across the arena. No, it seems to be its stabilizing tail. Both bots sustaining a fair amount of damage in this fight. Nader's horizontal no longer spinning. Destroyer having him in the corner, successfully pinning once. This match could go either way. Down to the wire. Both bots struggling to move, but have made it full time. This will go to judge's decision. All right, judges will be deliberating, and Gil is back. He will have a decision for you guys soon. I want to thank y'all for listening to me, and I'll be around. Returning y'all back to Gil.
Thank you so much, Alex. Big hand for Alex. Woo! All right, that was Nader and Destroyer going at it just now. And it is in the hands of the judges as we speak. All right, we are in the middle of plants right now. Judges' decisions coming in right now for Nader versus Destroyer. One is in. Last minute and loaded die will be the next fight in the front cage. Oh, that's the other? Okay. No, that's not this one. Is it this one? It's this one. These orders are different than this one. I want to make sure you have the right scores here. Because Nader is red square, so it should be on top. So I want to make sure you have the right scores.
I am so surprised that one group you got on me.
Sam!
Yeah, I just,
Sorry. Sorry. Okay, your winner in the Destroyer versus Natter fight. This is split decision. All scores 5-4, so very, very close. Your winner by split decision is Destroyer. So Destroyer takes that fight. Destroyer will advance. Natter's day is over, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in the other cage, it looks like we had a knockout with 6-7. Sorry, that's deep 6-7. Knocking out tax evasion. So deep 6-7 will advance to fight Trash Panda over in the Antweights. All right, we got a fun match here. We have Last Minute in the red corner versus Loaded Die in the blue corner. Last Minute's weapon is a vertical spinner. Loaded Die's weapon is pure randomness. Cage is opening. Do not touch your controller. Hands off controllers. Hands off controllers. We're open the cage. All right, we've switched from a 1 to a 5. Clearly an important strategic decision. Probably drives better on that side, I'd imagine. All right. Last Minute in the red corner. Loaded Die in the blue corner. And we're off. Loaded Die almost rolling itself to a 1. Last Minute wants to try to roll that die. Okay, it's a 6. We have 11 now. Loaded Die trying to push Last Minute around and succeeding somehow. There's some good hitting from Last Minute. Loaded Die is just such a chunk. I'd imagine that's pure ivory it's made out of. Okay, no, it's plastic. All these bots in this division are plastic. Oh! Oh no! Something, that is Last Minute taking itself apart like a washing machine or a dryer with its regulator destroyed. It is dancing. Whatever is left of Last Minute is doing the thing. Unstick. Loaded Dies now to 3, so it is now at a 14. All right. We are pausing the fight. I'm going to see the little bits of Last Minute that went flying. I think I see a fork over here. That was a spectacular dance that Last Minute did. Hey, we're going to use the broom. There we go. See, more than one bot can roll. I kind of wish Max put pips on the different sides of his bot so he could be a die too. So remember, the number in Loaded Die is 14. I don't know why that's important. Loaded Die should come as a multi-bot, so you get a nice bell curve. All right, here we go. All right. Last Minute seems a little unbalanced. I wouldn't be surprised if some of that weapon came off in that dance. Loaded Die still pushing it out. Oh! And that's the weapon coming straight off of Last Minute. It has sliced itself in half. Clearly that roll of 14 has done something. Yeah, so last minute, clearly failing their saving throw against Chaos. But they can still move. They are not yet counted out. They're not showing a battery. Trying to push Loaded Die. Oh, we're now to 15 now as Loaded Die rolls a 1. Oh, no. And now Loaded Die is stuck. And now Loaded Die is asking for an unstick. That counter here is the unstick count. Loaded Die, I'm sorry, last minute has that amount of time. Okay, we're pausing for another unstick. How much left in the match? 18 seconds. All right, so it seems that unstick has been a bit more of a restick. All right, so Loaded Die almost getting high centered on their wheel during that unstick, but they are no longer high centered. Meanwhile, Impulse has defeated Bort in the other cage. So that's a big result. Bort, a really good bot. Impulse is going to move on. That decision, that result by KO. I'll talk more about that in a moment, but back to this crazy fight between Loaded Die and Last Minute. Last Minute's battery still working. Loaded Die not moving. I don't know if that's a count out or the time running out. Might be the time running out. Knockout! Last Minute knocks out Loaded Die. All right, so now we're awaiting the next fight. Curious what the next fight's going to be. We've had a bunch of really good fights. Very loud, very destructive, just as we want. So let's do a little reset here. In Ants, we are now in the undefeated side, up to the semifinals with undefeated. We have 4 bots remaining who have not yet lost. The darkest timelight is going to fight power off. This is not coming up. This is not immediate. We're not calling these bots to the fight. This is just a preview of what's coming up. So if you hear your name here, don't worry. We're not calling you necessarily. So darkest timeline will fight power off later tonight, and Lilliputian will fight Impulse later on tonight. That was wild. So meanwhile, in the loser side, in the elimination side, we have Hypnovision versus Tartarus, with the winner moving on to fight Enigma. We have Deep 6-7 fighting Trash Panda, with the winner fighting Hellhound. We have Banana Blitz fighting Hyperwave, with the winner fighting Bort. And we have Humu Humu fighting Harlequin, with the winner facing Flamingo. Oh, it looks like we are taking a break. We will be back in about 10 minutes. 4:15. We'll see you then. we are paging Salt and Pepper and Tiny Terror. I see Tiny Terror. All right, we need a ref. We need a ref. We need 3 judges. Judges, please report to the cage as maybe. Yeah, it's a good call. All right, we are looking for our judges, and we're looking for our ref. Once we have our judges and our ref, we can begin. All right, we have 1 judge.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have 2 judges. I think we need 1 more judge and we're good to go. If you want, I can use, is that chair broken? Is that chair broken? Or is it just too low? The chair you got rid of, is it broken? So, I was wondering, maybe I can grab it. Maybe I can use it. I'm okay. All right, we have 3 judges. We are ready to go. Loading in Salt and Pepper in the red corner. Tiny Terror in the blue corner. This is so Salt and Pepper in the red corner and Tiny Terror in the blue corner. This is an undefeated fight, so it is not an elimination fight, but the winner is going to be in great shape. All right, ready to resume here. Here we go. Weapons are on. Bots are moving. So that's a good hit from Salt on Tiny Terror. Tiny Terror responds with a hit on Pepper of their own. Salt and Pepper trying to not do some friendly fire, friendly seasoning. Here comes Tiny Terror getting a little love tap on Salt, and then a big hit on Pepper. There seems to be possibly a wheel stuck on the floor. We'll see how these bots drive. Tiny Terror now working on Salt in the corner of the cage. But Salt with a good counterpunch, and the left upright on Tiny Terror's weapon seems to be a little bit askew. Now Pepper with a good hit. And Pepper pushing Tiny Terror around. Tiny Terror trying to reestablish his fight. Salt is stuck in the corner. Pepper working on freeing them up. Salt is still a little bit probably high-centered on something. I'm sure they don't want to spend their unstick on this just yet. Yeah, it looks like, yes, both wheels on Salt are gone, so that's the thing that was rolling away from us before is one of the wheels on Salt. So Salt is pretty much disabled. It's just Pepper versus Tiny Terror, and because Salt and Pepper are multi-bot, that means Tiny Terror weighs much, much more. Both the chassis, the weapon system, everything. So it's going to win those exchanges, and that's Pepper on its head, and now we've called an unstick. That means it's a free hit that Tiny Terror could perform on Pepper. Tiny Terror not moving great. And now at 10 seconds, we're going to pause, and we're going to unstick Pepper. Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, we have an update. In the other cage, we have Bottom Feeder defeating 2 robots. So Bottom Feeder has moved on. They're going to fight Derpy. 2 robots, unfortunately, have been eliminated. Meanwhile, this fight over here, not an elimination fight, like I mentioned before. So now just some questions about multi-bots that we're getting on the same page for. All right, so the unstick has been performed. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. All right, Pepper was unable to get unstuck. They're still on their hit. They're asking Evan to hit them, but time running out on Pepper and Salt. And that's a knockout. That was a knockout, right, Matt?
So it hasn't.
Yes, just making sure.
If it's not working at the beginning, they don't lose points for it being broken.
Yeah, I do have to switch to the other chair. You're right. It is too loud. Okay, so Tiny Terror advances. They're going to face either Deatharang or Hierophant, which is a fight that is upcoming. Meantime, Salt and Pepper is now in the elimination bracket, and they will await their opponent there. All right, the bots have been switched off. The weapon locks are in. Transmitters are off. We're ready to go to the next fight. Okay, looks like we've got Trampoline getting called to the cage versus Entropy. the other cage, I believe that is Postpartum versus Crypt. Not that I don't believe so, no. Yeah, I mean, that's a question for Alex, but Alex Curtis, that is, or maybe Neil, yeah. But I really, I haven't seen it before, so. Yeah. So this is Deatherang and Hierophant. I thought for some reason Hierophant was a small Harlequin, but it is not. Hierophant is a small prince. This is going to be an entertaining fight then. Now remember, Deatherang, the yellow bot currently moving to the red corner. Deatherang has no dedicated drive system. It moves entirely through the force of its weapon. Hierophant is a wide body vertical spinner, as is the fashion that we see a lot. This is an undefeated fight. Winner is going to move on to face Tiny Terror. So Deatherang in the red corner, Hierophant in the blue corner. Deatherang in the red corner, Hierophant in the blue corner. Should be on the screen also, I believe. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay, judges are ready. And here we go. Deatherang ambling towards his opponent. Let's see if we got a good big first hit. Little bit of a kiss first. And Hierophant a little bit unbalanced, but gets right back on their feet. That's a good punch by Hierophant. And another one on Deatherang. Deatherang slamming against the side of the cage. Gets a nice little pop against the side of Hierophant. Hierophant responds with two big counter punches, launching Deatherang in the air. Deatherang doing it's a little bit of a dance. Horizontal spinners tend to do that. If they're knocked off the plane of the floor, they're no longer parallel with the floor. They'll dance around pretty spectacularly. And as we saw before, some of them don't really survive that dance. Deatherang looking for another big hit. Another nice hit. Now, one thing about horizontal spinners, if the that is a hit, and that seems like a little bit of like a stub, like a nub off of Deatherang's weapon. Yeah, that's one of the little nubs that helps Deatherang's weapon stay in. We're going to see if it starts getting unbalanced at all. That's two of them that got knocked off. So the weapon might still work on Deatherang. We'll see. But remember, if the weapon stops on Deatherang, so does its drive. So it's got to keep that weapon moving if it wants to be competitive in this fight. Because it's not like it can push anyone around with the weapon down. Won't be able to move. Meanwhile, Hierophant in pretty good shape with another punch to the face right there. Deatherang, good reliability here. And that compromise part seems to be on the floor now, but now another big hit. Deatherang dancing around 45 seconds off this fight. Hierophant did not come to play around. They are punching Deatherang very hard. Construction on Deatherang, you can see, is outstanding. A lot of bots would have been torn apart. Oh, great landing. They stuck the landing there, right on what passes for Deatherang's feet. And they're right back in it. Deatherang still working, still functioning. Very good reliability, but so far, Hierophant seems to have the upper hand when it comes to engagement. We'll see what the judges say. But Hierophant has been planted to the floor this whole time. Deatherang spent a lot of time dancing in the air. We'll see what the judges say. That is the fight. So the winner of this fight will move on to fight Tiny Terror. The loser is going to shift down to the elimination bracket and await their opponent there. spectacular fight over here. Meanwhile, postpartum and crypt, I have not yet heard a result there. I will update you as soon as I have a result. And I think that's the result right there. Thank you. So while the judges are deliberating, we have a decision. It is a split decision between postpartum and crypt. And the winner of this fight is crypt. So Crypt will move on to face Crash Panda. Postpartum is eliminated. All right, we have a JD for a Deatharang versus Hierophant. And this also is a split decision over here with your winner, Hierophant. So Hierophant will advance. They are going to face Tiny Terror. Deatharang, that was a good fight. Deatharang definitely came to show what it's got. Very good construction. A lot of bots would not have survived the abuse that Deatharang subjected itself to. But that's part of the thing. When you have a really powerful kinetic bot, you have to build it to withstand its own kinetic energy. And Deatharang does exactly that. I'm not here tomorrow. Good question. Maybe, yeah. Okay, well, I see Pipsqueak, and I see Tiger Claw, so I am assuming that that's going to be the next fight once we have a ref. Once we're set up, I think we're doing a little bit of a repair on the cage camera, making sure that everyone at home can see the fights well. All right, we have loading in Tiger Claw in the red corner and Pipsqueak in the blue corner. Now, this is an undefeated fight, so this is not an elimination fight. But whoever wins this fight, it puts themselves in an excellent position as they move to the winners, the undefeated semifinal. Okay, we're going to open the cage for a power cycle. Pipsqueak needs a power cycle, so Tiger Claw is going to stay put and not move. Pipsqueak rebooting their bot. Hopefully that will cure what ails it. In the other cage, we're going to have Monster 777 versus Ignis. And the winners of these two fights will face each other in the next round. The other cage seems to be starting up. So Pipsqueak will be running without a weapon for this fight. Here we go. Sounds like we got a tap out in the other fight. We'll see what happens here. Tiger Claw starting out with a couple of hits. Now, Pipsqueak is not designed to be a control bot. Oh, and there's the bow. The bow on Pipsqueak just got launched, and that's an eye off of Pipsqueak. So Pipsqueak, oh, big hit. And that's bits of eyeball, bits of fake eyeball flying all around the arena. I think Tiger Claw's forks have gone away. I don't think they need them. Oh, man. And that's a pause we have to check to see if we're showing a battery. Meanwhile, in the other fight, it looks like Ignis has won their fight via tap out. So Ignis defeating Monster 777 by tap out. So whoever wins this fight will face Ignis. So Tiger Claw has tapped out. They have they've lost both of their wheels, and Pipsqueak, who started this fight without a weapon, this is why you never give up and you never quit. Yes. That power on Tiny Terror, what I was saying before about how a bot with a powerful kinetic weapon has to be able to withstand its own hits, and that's what happened with Tiger Claw. They hit Pipsqueak so hard that they wound up messing up their own bot, and both of their wheels flew off, as well as their forks, a little bit of everything. But Tiger Claw is not done yet. This was not an elimination fight. Tiger Claw will move down to the elimination bracket, and they will await their opponent there. So next round, I'm not calling fights now. I'm just saying what's going to happen in the future. We're going to have Tiny Terror versus Hierophant, and we're going to have Pipsqueak versus Ignis. That's going to be later tonight. All right, meanwhile, I think we've got Hypnovision versus Tartarus in the other cage. But I believe, yeah, Hypnovision versus Tartarus is an elimination fight. Up here? This one? Oh. Copy. Meanwhile, we're going to stay in plants. We're going to have Trampoline versus Entropy. This is actually a round one elimination fight. So it looks like we had some heavy repairs involved. Because we have the other matchups for the elimination side all settled. So Trampoline versus Entropy. Whoever wins this will go on to face Underpeel. Underpeel was matched up against Kairos, but Kairos forfeited. So Underpeel automatically advances, and they will face the winner of Trampoline versus Entropy. So Trampoline in the red corner and Entropy in the blue corner. Once again, this is an elimination fight. Winner faces Underpeel. Loser is eliminated. I will update you on the other fight that's happening in the other cage. That was Hypnovision versus Tartarus in the Antweight division. I'll update you as soon as I have something. Cage doors are closed. Trampoline, a longtime competitor here. They've been here a lot. Entropy, they are a very, very big beater bar with big, big wheels. I guess more of a drum spinner. You can't really have a beater bar in plants. It's really got to be more like a drum. All right, I'll call it a drum spinner then. Okay, they are in their corners. All right, looks like everybody's ready. And weapons are up. Bots are moving. Little kiss to start the fight. I don't think Entropy's weapon is moving, and that's a wheel off of Entropy. That's the other wheel off of Entropy. Entropy is tapping out. Trampoline moves on. So Trampoline is going to face Underpeel. Entropy is eliminated. Thank you. All right. Meanwhile, it sounds like the fight in the other cage, that's Hypnovision versus Tartarus, has gone to the judges. The winner of that fight will face Enigma. The loser will be eliminated. So high stakes over in the ant weights. Oh, I think we got a treat here. We have a winner's semifinal fight in antweights coming up. This is going to be a banger. This is going to be the Darkest Timeline versus Power Off. Now, there's big stakes here. Whoever wins this fight earns a place in the undefeated final, not the grand final, the undefeated final. So you're one win away. These two bots are 2 wins away from the grand finals. But if you win this fight, you guarantee yourself 4th place. You will finish no worse than 4th if you win this fight. So some big stakes for this fight. Now, if you lose, you are not eliminated, and you're still in a pretty solid place in the elimination bracket. So both of these bots are in solid positions, but obviously, if you win this fight, you're in a much better position than if you lose. So this fight is going to have a lot of hard hits. Darkest Timeline, driven by Nate Franklin. Very, very well driven. He has been around a lot. Power Off has a massive weapon built and driven by Max Renus, and he usually has pure destruction on his mind when he drives. So this is going to be a really good matchup. Clean up the cage. We're just going to make sure that there's as little debris as possible so as to not influence the outcome. All right, doors are open. Darkest Timeline will be in the red corner. Okay. Power Off will be in the blue corner. Okay. Any questions? Okay. You understand how the letters work? How they turn into numbers? And you understand how to score? Darkest Timeline is a wide body 2-wheel vertical spinner. Okay. Power Off 4-wheel drive beater bar with an unnaturally large beater bar. A little bit from the Lynx/Impact School of Design. It's a really nice archetype. Lovely build. All right, the bots are heading to their corners. Here comes Darkest Timeline to its corner. All right. One moment while Darkest Timeline makes sure that his bot is ready to go. The fight that's kicking off in the other cage right now, I believe, is Banana Blitz versus Hyperwave. And we're off. Here we go. It's going to be a big, big fight here. There's the first hit. Winning that first exchange is Darkest Timeline. And now they knock around Power Off. Power Off wants to get that beater bar faced and square. They should win weapon-to-weapon engagements, but so far it's Darkest Timeline with the leverage. Power Off is upside down. Here comes Darkest Timeline trying to push Power Off behind. Power Off flipping up and then flipping back onto its feet. Yeah, Darkest Timeline winning those weapon-to-weapon exchanges. Big titanium sparks, and it looks like Power Off's right drive side is having some problems from these big hits from Darkest Timeline. Another big hit. Oh, two really big hits, and Power Off is upside down. And that's a tap out. Darkest Timeline wins by tap out. So Darkest Timeline has clinched 4th place. And all right, we are going to have Lilliputian versus Impulse here. In the meantime, we have a result for Tartarus versus Hypnovision. And that winner is Hypnovision by JD. So Hypnovision will advance to face Enigma. Tartarus is eliminated. All right. Lilliputian and Impulse, just like the last fight, whoever loses this fight is guaranteed no worse than 4th. Oh, sorry, whoever wins this fight, guaranteed no worse than 4th. And they will face the Darkest Timeline in the undefeated final. Now, Impulse starting upside down because they want to get a good hit against Lilliputian. So instead of being an undercutter, they're going to work on being an overcutter so far. And they want to target those big, juicy wheels. And that's just what happened. Scary. Oh, there goes the wheel. That's exactly what Lars wants to do. Knocking out one of those wheels on Lilliputian. Now, effectively, Lilliputian's weapon kind of becomes a wheel at this point. And the other wheel is looking very, very sad right now. Lars wanting to finish the job, take out that other wheel off of Lilliputian. But he also wants to make sure that he doesn't lose his weapon. Yeah, that wheel looking very, very bad on Lilliputian right now. It's not really driving as much as it's hopping. That's a tap out. Lilliputian taps out. Impulse wins by tap out. So that's going to set up an undefeated final of the Darkest Timeline versus Impulse. Lilliputian continues in the elimination bracket. Now we have another judge's decision. We have Banana Blitz versus Hyperwave. And your winner there is Hyperwave by unanimous decision. So Hyperwave moves on. They will face Bort in the elimination bracket. Banana Blitz is eliminated. Now Lilliputian and Power Off are both in the elimination bracket. We don't know who they're going to fight yet. So they're going to repair their bots and wait to see who they're fighting. But one nice thing about even if you lose at this point, you have a lot of repair time because there's a lot of fights to get through in the elimination bracket before your number's called again. It's one of the luxuries of making it so far in the undefeated bracket. So it sounds like we're going to have Harlequin joining us. That is going to be Harlequin, Humu Humu versus Harlequin. Winner's going to face Flamingo, and the loser is eliminated. Making good progress with these ants. So Humu Humu will be in the red corner. Harlequin will be in the blue corner. Robots turning on right now. We have 2 cages tonight. If you're watching at home, we're only able to cover 1 cage. So I'm going to be telling you the results of the other cage. So right now I believe the other cage has switched to plants and has moved to Derpy versus Bottom Feeder. That's an elimination fight with the winner facing Tiger Claw. And that fight's going to start any moment now. It's not going to be on the stream, but I will update you on what happens. Here we have Humu Humu and Harlequin loading in. This is going to be a control bot battle, so not going to be destructive. It's going to be all about driving and pinning. The other cage is continuing to work on plants while we have ants over here in this cage. I think we're having a little bit of problems with Harlequin turning on. Lyndon's working on that. I see him, he had removed the top plate. He's now screwing that back in. Meanwhile, in the other cage, sounds like that plant fight has started. That's Derpy and Bottom Feeder. All right, the doors are closed. Humu Humu heading to the red corner. Harlequin in the blue corner. They see those big forks on a Harlequin, it is a cam lifter. Those forks rotate. The idea is it lifts its opponent slightly off the ground, just enough that its wheels can touch. Just about ready to start this fight. All right. And we are off. They're going to have a lot of lifts here, not a lot of big damage, but a lot of pins just like that. First pin and second pin go to Harlequin. This is the first real full pin. Now it uses an active weapon, so Harlequin can hold the pin for 10 seconds instead of 5. Yeah, that was me sneezing. Harlequin is upside down right now, so its forks are not in the optimal position, and you can see the effect that has as Humu Humu with a good pin. And now turnabout is fair play as Harlequin slams Humu Humu into the wall. Humu Humu able to escape, though. Bot's turning around. Humu Humu does have an active weapon. That is a lifter. That big, and you can see it doing that lift, trying to mess with Harlequin. Harlequin's still upside down, so again, they don't have the best angle. Their forks are not fully flat on the ground. They're going to figure out a way to self-right and get their forks back on the flush with the ground. But still, those forks are effective, even upside down. Harlequin, as you can see, can get under its opponent, and they can do that rotation, high centering its opponent. Oh, you look at that, really good driving. It's almost like a fighting video game where each competitor needs to be a step ahead of their opponent, trying to be in the right place for when their opponent turns, they're exactly where they need to be. And that's some good entangling, not entangling really, but a good engagement from Humu Humu. Harlequin still upside down. Still working a Humu Humu's advantage, although not always. And Harlequin taking Humu Humu for a ride. It's going to be a tricky decision for the judges. Another good slam against the wall from Harlequin. So the match ends and it goes to the judges. In the meantime, we have a result in the Derpy versus Bottom Feeder fight. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Derpy. So Derpy wins, and Derpy will go on to fight Tiger Claw. Meanwhile, Bottom Feeder, unfortunately, is eliminated. All right, who have we got next? Looks like we got Deep 6-7 versus Trash Panda. Deep 6. Oh, sorry, I don't think I even announced it. I think I just put it away. All right, we have a decision for Humu Humu versus Harlequin. It is a split decision. All scores 5-4. You know what that means. It's the closest possible score you can get. Your winner by split decision is Humu Humu. Humu Humu defeats Harlequin. That means Harlequin is eliminated. In a stunner, because Harlequin is normally a very, very dangerous spot. But they had some really tough matchups today. Humu Humu moves on. They will face Flamingo. Meanwhile, doors are closing for Deep 6-7 versus Trash Panda. Deep 6-7 in the red corner. Trash Panda in the blue corner. we have a very small vertical spinner, but designed for. Actually, no, they don't even have a vertical spinner. Yeah, so Trash Panda has their control bot set up here. Sometimes they have a vertical spinner, but they've opted to work without it. They just have a pure titanium wedge. I assume it's titanium, judging from those sparks. But 6-7 up against the back of Trash Panda. Trash Panda able to escape. Deep 6-7 with that huge weapon. Trash Panda upside down. They should be able to drive while upside down. They just want to make sure that wedge is facing that big weapon, which it currently isn't. Another couple of really good hits from Deep 6-7. This is an elimination fight, so whoever loses is eliminated. The winner will face Hellhound. Trash Panda not doing much movement, and that's a tap out. Deep 6-7 wins by tap out. So Deep 6-7 advances to face Hellhound. Trash Panda will be eliminated from this competition. And I think that's going to do it for Ants for now. We are in the repair window. We're probably going to switch over to Plants next. Table. All right, so the next couple of fights we're going to get in Plants is going to be Crypt versus Crash Panda and Destroyer versus Last Minute. So it looks like we're going to have Destroyer versus Last Minute coming soon. So that looks like Destroyer loading in as we wait for Last Minute. I know Max from Last Minute has brought a lot of bots to this event, which means he's got to repair a lot of bots for this event. All right, we have a Last Minute. Our competitors are loading in. Okay, winner of this fight will face Monster 777 in their next fight. Loser is eliminated. Now in its last fight, Last Minute managed to tear itself in half and still win the fight. Destroyer, meanwhile, won a JD against Natter. Okay, bots are making their way to the corners. bots are in their corners. All right, everybody's ready. And we're off. Weapons are up to speed. Bots tentatively making their way out to the center of the cage. Destroyer taking a zigzag route, trying to make themselves a hard target for last minute. Last minute with a slight kiss on Destroyer. Destroyer getting up on last minute, not really able to get much purchase with their weapon. So far, no big engagements, but we know these bots are capable of one. Destroyer still zigzagging around, trying to make themselves, trying to find an opening, get to last minute sides. Last minute with a shot at the side of Destroyer, but not really able to take much off. Destroyer getting up on last minute's shoulder and again, but again, they're not able to find any purchase with their weapon. Get a good hit in. 90 seconds left. These weapons loom. That's a good hit by last minute on the right rear wheel of Destroyer, which is now locked up. Now they go for the left rear wheel of Destroyer. Destroyer's right rear wheel locked up by that good hit from last minute. Oh, there's a big hit, and that's a bit of Destroyer that goes flying. Last minute started to gain the advantage in this fight. Bots turning around in a bit of an embrace. That weapon on Destroyer still potent, still very, very powerful, and it's able to knock last minute onto its back. Last minute's weapon not spinning for now while it's on its back. Might be an issue with torque. Now it's knocked back onto its feet. Weapon still not going, though. And another hit from Destroyer. This may have turned the match if last minute's weapon is gone, but that's a good pin from last. Oh. Yeah, Destroyer continuing to pin last minute and grinding away at the base plate of last minute. Now the weapon on Destroyer is a little askew. I don't think either bot is going to finish with their weapons intact, but we're going to end with a good pin. That is the fight. And okay, we want to see both weapons for functionality. Yeah, it looks like neither bot has weapon. Neither bot has weapon. The fight is over. You don't need to hit them. All right, so a little insight to our scoring. Damage is out of 4 points. And since these bots have the same level of damage, damage is going to be split 2-2. Engagement is 5 points, so that's really going to decide this fight. Which bot has more engagement than the other? Decisions are coming in. Meanwhile, Crypt and Crash Panda, I believe, are loading in the other cage. Winner of that fight will face Salt and Pepper. Oh, okay, no worries. All right, this decision is in. It is going to be a split decision. Once again, all scores 5-4, so this is going to be a close one. Your winner by split decision is Last Minute. Last Minute takes it in a very, very close split decision. That is unfortunately going to end the day for Destroyer. They fought really, really hard. But Last Minute will advance to face Monster 777. Two very close fights. All right, now we've got Crash Panda versus Crypt.
We just saw Trash Panda, which is Crash Panda's bigger brother. But now we're in plants. Trash Panda is the ant. Crash Panda is the plant. So Crash Panda, the blue corner bot. Crypt is the red corner bot. Once again, this is the plant weight class. So these bots are mostly 3D printed. And the winner of this fight will face Salt and Pepper.
Drums, okay.
The drum for Crypt is down.
The drum for that bot is dead. He's below, right? Yep. Yeah, his is down.
So Crash Panda does have a weapon, unlike the previous fight where he opted for that full shield. And we're off. Bot's getting away, looking for a big hit. Crypt is going to have to figure out a way to pin Crash Panda, but it looks like they've got, oh, that was a big hit from Crash Panda. And I don't think the drive of Crypt is very happy either. So they're already at a bit of a disadvantage right now, but somehow they get a little bit of a pin. Crash Panda able to recover. Crash Panda, the only bot in this fight with a weapon right now. They did get one very loud hit in. No visible damage just yet, because this is the condition that Crypt started the fight in. Another face-to-face hit. And Crash Panda going up against the wall. Crash Panda looking to get another hit on Crypt. Crypt is upside down, but that won't have a huge bearing on this fight. It would have more of a bearing if the weapon was moving. But with Crypt's weapon down, it doesn't really matter much whether it's upside down or right side up. But being a very hard target right now. Now, the judges are looking for engagement, which means if you're running away from contact, that is unlikely to win you the fight. You do have to engage even if you don't have a weapon. But the problem is if you engage head-to-head against an active weapon, you are going to get hit. So some bots opt to do that anyway because they feel that that's going to disable. That's the best route to disable a weapon. 45 seconds left in this fight. Crash Panda seems to be bouncing. I think they lost a bit of their weapon. So their weapon's now a little unbalanced, which is why they're hopping up and down a little bit. They got to be careful. That can shake your bot to death if you do that too much. Crash Panda hitting the walls pretty hard, and I think that's what hurt their weapon. But it's not compromised enough to really mess them up. It is a consideration. 10 seconds left in the fight. Three seconds. And that's the fight.
Do you need anything, judges?
Okay, judges are good. We can unload. So it looks like Crash Panda has full functionality. Crypt, no weapon, although I don't know how the judges score that if the weapon, they didn't start with a weapon. And down one side of drive. Judges are deliberating. We will have a winner for you soon. Winner faces Salt and Pepper in the next round, and the loser is eliminated.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, sorry. I was in plants, that's why I was confused. Sport and Hyperwave? Excellent.
All right, we're going to have Borton and Hyperwave up next in Ants. So we're going to move to Ants. In the meantime, the decision is in, and it is a unanimous decision for
Crash Panda. So Crash Panda will advance to face Salt and Pepper. And Crypt is eliminated. Okay, I have that recorded, and we are over to Ants. Ready to go, man. We're fairly far. This is Ants, where we are with Ants. This is losers bracket and winners bracket. We're almost done. We're close to the loser semis. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. We're making progress. Okay, we have Bort in the red corner and Hyperwave in the blue corner. Two vertical spinners. Bort is a four-wheel drive spinner, and Hyperwave a two-wheel drive. Both bots with a fork setup. And we're off. Typically fast start from Bort, and a big, big exchange. Both bots seem to have gotten hit hard by the exchange. Hyperwave upside down, and Bort gets a free shot at them. Bort jumps and attacks from above. Very unusual attack for Vert, but Mark's going to take that. Another head-to-head hit, weapon-to-weapon exchange. Hyperwave is stuck on its own forks right now. Hyperwave is asking for an unstick, so now Bort has some free shots for 10 seconds, but Hyperwave actually hits them and prevents that unstick. Bort trying to make their wave, but they were going to pause. Hands off transmitters. Very exciting start to this fight. So Hyperwave is stuck on their forks. So we're just going to get Hyperwave unstuck. All right, so we have unstuck Hyperwave off the wall, but because we only unstick from the arena, not from yourself, Hyperwave will need to figure out a way to get off their own forks. It was. Oh, it is on the wall. Matt, it's still on the wall. You see it's still on the wall? Oh, he's on the fork. Okay. Okay, got it. Yep. Okay. So even though it looks like Hyperwave is on the wall, it is not. It's actually on its fork and hovering just above the wall. So can it gyro its way free? And now the count out is happening. You hear that weapon. Oh, Bort going for the hit, and they do unstick Hyperwave. So Hyperwave is unstuck. Their right drive is down, but that's a good hit from Hyperwave. This is always a challenge in combat robotics. Do you take the free shot, or do you take the possibly perceived as cheap win? Mark elected for a more glorious win, but the risk there is that Hyperwave still hits you hard. If nothing else changes in this JD, and we go to the JD, then Mark does have the benefit with Bort, but anything can happen. And now, upside down, Hyperwave is upside down. They're getting counted out. They have used their unstick. This might be it for Hyperwave. And that is it. Bort knocks out Hyperwave. That was a close fight. All right. So, Bort is going to advance, and they're going to face the winner of Flamingo versus Humu Humu. That is a control bot matchup. Hyperwave's day is done. But this is the point where the bots that are eliminated with winning records for the day, so or at least even records for the day. So at this point, if you're eliminated from here on, you're not eliminated early. You've made a pretty good run. Okay, we're going to move to plants. We're going to do trampoline versus underpeel. This is an elimination fight. The winner faces Deatharang, and the loser is eliminated. Oh. Underpeel and Deatharang are on the same team, so if Underpeel wins, then it is a decision that the team will have to make unless they decide to run the bots against each other, which is always an option. All right, we are loading in. Trampoline in the red corner. Underpeel in the blue corner. Now, Elon from New York City is running trampoline, longtime competitor. Has fought a lot. Looks like Trampoline's left drive is not terribly happy right now. As long as that weapon's working, that might not be a big deal. Underpeel, looks like an undercutter. I see a little bit of a weapon poking out. Showing it for me, thank you. All right, undercutter versus drum. Both bots are four-wheel. And we're off. Underpeel quickly getting to the back of Trampoline, bashing them into the wall. And Trampoline knocks its whip against the wall and launches itself off the wall. Underpeel showing some good speed. Underpeel trying to get to the back of Trampoline, but Underpeel has been hitting the side of the wall. But there's Trampoline trying to take a turn a little too hard. They flip themselves over and hit the floor. Weapon's still going, but that left drive side, that's a big weapon hit. And looks like Underpeel is still functioning. That was a massive hit, though. And I'd say Trampoline did win that exchange. Wondering if Trampoline's wedge is looking happy right now. I think it is. It's doing okay. That wedge is going to be really important against that spinner for Underpeel, but that spinner for Underpeel I don't think is working anymore. Underpeel now effectively a control bot. The good news, them being a four-wheel drive bot, they do have good wheels. Oh, and there goes the weapon on Underpeel again. So the weapon is back. They are an overcutter now instead of an undercutter. They're upside down. Now, are they high-centered? Nope, they're able to move. Underpeel trying to line up a good hit. That big weapon on Trampoline. Pretty intimidating. Underpeel seems to want to avoid that hit. That's a good hit from Trampoline on the side of Underpeel. Underpeel wants to bring that weapon to bear, ideally against the side. Oh, just like that. The side of Trampoline. They did get a slice off of Trampoline. Doesn't seem like they've done any real functional damage. Underpeel, yeah, they're moving okay. Though they are knocking themselves against the wall again. Oh, there's another good hit from Underpeel. And that's a little bit of Trampoline that just got shredded off. Time running out of the fight. Underpeel still attacking our cage. And there's a good hit. Oh! Now, I think that's some wheels that have come off of Trampoline. They're down to one wheel. Their left rear wheel is the only wheel that's really left and functional on Trampoline. All right. We're going to see what the judges think. Judges, we need functionality. Yes. Can we see weapon on Trampoline, please? Weapon on Trampoline. There we go. Anything else? All right. We're good to unload. No, it started with one side down. Yeah. Yeah, it started with one side down.
White square, are you ready? Blue square, are you ready? Fight in 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight. I'm gonna need to see motion. Motion or an unstick it. That's a knockout. That was 20 seconds. That was me and my mind powers. I'm so sorry.
All right, decision is coming in. Remember, the winner fights Deatharang. The loser is eliminated.
I also love Adam. He's really nice.
All right, decision is in. And it is unanimous. Your winner, Underpeel. This is going to be an Underpeel versus Deatharang fight. That means that is teammate versus teammate. They do have the option to declare a winner instead of facing themselves. They seemed inclined to face themselves, but, you know, the decision is up to the team. All right. This sure looks like Tiny Terror versus Hierophant. So I'll say the same thing as before. The winner of this fight clinches 4th place. That means they are guaranteed no worse than 4th place. Obviously, if they keep winning, they'll finish better. But if you win this fight, you clinch 4th place. Tiny Terror has defeated, so far today, Derpy and Salt and Pepper. This is their 3rd fight. Hierophant, this is also their 3rd fight. They have defeated Natter and Deatharang. Win this fight and you get into the undefeated final, not the grand final, but these bots are currently 2 wins away from the grand final. So there's a lot on the line here. I'm seeing 2 operational weapons. That's good. All right, this is going to be a big fight here. And we're off. Weapons are up. Oh, getting out of the way at the last second is Tiny Terror. They feinted and they moved away. A couple of kisses from Hierophant. Some more solid contact, weapon to weapon. Looks like Hierophant is starting to win these exchanges. Oh, Tiny Terror won that exchange as Hierophant goes dancing. And that one as well. So Hierophant is doing a little bit of dancing. That's a good hit from Hierophant. That's what they want to do. They can avoid hitting the weapon and get the upright of Tiny Terror instead. Then they get to launch Tiny Terror, and that's definitely what they want to do. But if they go weapon on weapon, yeah, that's going to happen. But the good news is for Hierophant is that both bots seem to be not quite equally affected. I'd say Tiny Terror is winning these weapon-on-weapon exchanges slightly more, but not by much. This is still anybody's fight. 90 seconds left in this fight. Wide open right now. Anything can happen. Looking for an opening. Which bot will find one first? There's good weapon-to-weapon hit, but Hierophant takes off a bit of Tiny Terror's uprights. Tiny Terror's weapon, I think, yeah, still going. Tiny Terror with a good hit on the side of Hierophant. Doesn't seem to have done much damage. Hierophant launching Tiny Terror to the side of the cage. Then Tiny Terror trying to pit Hierophant. Hierophant gets away. Tiny Terror with a hit to the back of Hierophant. Doesn't do any major damage, though. And now Hierophant's trying to pin and corral. But Tiny Terror again with a hit to the back of Hierophant. Back and forth action here. Another bit, that's the fork on Tiny Terror that just got dislodged and disconnected from the bot. So a little bit of functional damage happening here. And now Tiny Terror up against the wall. They are able to reset. They're able to give Hierophant a good hit. This is such an even fight right now. Both bots giving it to each other. Exactly the kind of fight you want to see. But here's weapon spinning down. You have to wonder if that's an intentional decision. And that's the fight. Okay, we need both weapons, please. Can we get functionality on both weapons? Lyndon, can we get... Oh, try it again?
And then we got above the tattoo, and I was like...
Oh, battery. Okay, it's working. Yep, they both have weapons.
Okay, both bots pass functionality test, which does not make it easier for the judges. It's amazing how many hard hits were dealt. The only damage I could see is Tiny Terror's right fork got removed, and I think a little bit of their right weapon upright got removed as well. Yeah, the right side of the weapon is actually not connected to the bot. So pretty amazing that they were able to complete the fight that way. Very tough fight. Back and forth, lots of hits. Both bots surviving a lot of these hits, too. All right. to be a split decision. Your winner by split decision is Hierophant. That was a very close fight. All scores 5-4. So what that means is Hierophant has clinched 4th place. They will finish no worse than 4th today, but they could finish higher if they keep winning. Tiny Terror, their day is not over. They will go to the elimination bracket. It's going to be a while to their next fight, so plenty of time to repair and recharge and figure out who their next opponent is. So we're going to have Pipsqueak versus Ignis at some point. I don't know if we're actually calling them yet or not. That's going to be up to Kristen. But whoever wins that fight is going to be... Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we have, looks like we're going to the plants. Oh, we're in the plants. Nope, this is the ants. I tell a lie. This is Flamingo versus Humu Humu. So this is a control bot fight. The winner of this fight will face Bort. The loser is eliminated. So this is a control bot fight. Humu Humu has an active weapon. Flamingo does not. So Flamingo will be limited to 5-second pins, but all of their weight is in their drive. So they're going to have a very strong drive. Humu Humu has to spend some weight on drive, on weapon I mean. So their drive is not going to be as powerful on paper, but they do have the ability to lift Flamingo, and they can pin for 10 seconds instead of 5. So interesting trade-offs here. We'll see how it goes. There's that weapon on Humu Humu. All right. All right, we start with a pin from Flamingo. Frank's got to watch the fight. All right, some more pinning from Flamingo. And some more pinning from Flamingo. Flamingo has dominated this action so far. Remember, Flamingo only able to hold those pins for 5 seconds, but so far that they seem to be just fine with that. You see how powerful that drive is because they can put all their weight in their drive. This is an elimination fight, so winner goes on to fight Bort, loser is eliminated. Both bots moving very fast. Excellent drive systems on both bots. Lots of pins from Flamingo, smothering drive style, as is popular with a lot of bots these days. Humu Humu has to figure out a way out of this loop. Oh, they had an opening over there. You see that Flamingo does have the tendency to wheelie. So if Humu Humu can take advantage of those wheeling moments, they might be able to turn this fight around. But those forks on Flamingo are so low, it is hard to get underneath them. See that flipper on Humu Humu? That's exactly what Humu Humu wants to do. They want to get under Flamingo when they're wheeling like that. But Flamingo's so fast and very well driven. Humu Humu trying to use that lifter to try to work their way out of the grip, out of the maw of Flamingo. That's a good flip. And another one from Humu Humu. But another pin from Flamingo. There's that wheeling again. But the thing is, Flamingo's so fast, they're able to do that wheeling far away from Humu Humu. By the time Humu Humu catches up to Flamingo, they are fully planted. 7 seconds remaining in this fight. And that's the fight.
We had worse conversations with robots. Yeah. 8. Yeah.
So the judges are deliberating. All right. This is a unanimous decision for Flamingo. So Flamingo wins the decision. They are going to move on to face Bort. Humu is eliminated. But like I was saying before, at this point, you're no longer eliminated early. You've made a good run if you have made it this far. So Bort versus Flamingo, and the winner of that fight will face Power Off. We're starting to set up that gauntlet that every bot has to run in the elimination bracket. That's why you don't really want to be in the elimination bracket, because it is a daunting challenge to go from one big fight to another to another. Meanwhile, the bot that won the winner's final is just patiently waiting. Okay, we are going to move to Pipsqueak versus Ignis. This is an undefeated fight in the winner's semifinal. So, like I was saying before, if you win this fight, you guarantee yourself 4th place. You clinch 4th place. You could finish higher. Both of our judges walked away, so you are replacing either Gene or Neil. Yeah, but I think I see Neil dragging a chair here. No, that's not Neil. Okay, we also need a ref. Oh, Neil's back. And we got Gene. Okay, we got the judges, so yeah. Sounds good. You're taking over Frank's spot. All right, we just need a ref for the black cage. Alex, are you reffing? No? Oh, I hear Cass. All right. No worries. Cass is on the case. Oh, Pipsqueak, red corner. Ignis, blue corner. So the winner of this fight will face Hierophant in the undefeated final. So these bots are 2 wins away from the grand final. All right, both bots heading over. Pipsqueak, red corner. Ignis, blue corner. Ignis is a combo lifter vert. Maybe Drisk if you want. And here we go. Ignis with a couple of hits straight on. And that weapon on Pipsqueak is stopped. There's that lifter on Ignis. So they have 2 weapons. They have a lifter and they have a Drisk. And the nice thing about that is you can use that lifter, drive forward, and use that spinner to hit the base plate of your opponent. Now, in theory, Pipsqueak would have a tough base plate to hit because their weapon would be spinning, but that weapon is not spinning. So, unstick. They're asking for an unstick. And what that unstick means is Lars has full license to hit Pipsqueak. Pausing. So we are pausing for a manual unstick here. And off we go. And that's a tap out. Pipsqueak taps out. Ignis wins. So it's going to be Hierophant versus Ignis in the winner's final. Both of those bots are going to finish in the top 4. Exactly where is TBD. Meanwhile, Pipsqueak is going to drop to the elimination bracket. They will await their opponent. There's a lot of bots they could be fighting. Actually, there's 4 bots they could be fighting. But I'll give more detail on that as that number narrows down. So in both of our weight classes, in the undefeated side, we only have the undefeated final to go. We have a few fights remaining in the elimination side. A few more in plants than ants. Testing, testing. All right, loading in the ant weights. We have Hellhound versus Deep 6-7. The winner of this fight will fight the winner of Enigma versus Hypnovision, and the loser will be eliminated.
It's good to see you, Lars. It's got the best name in the competition. I absolutely love announcing it.
All right, the bots are lined up in their corners. In the red corner, we have Hellhound. In the blue corner, we have Deep 6-7. Here we go. And we're off. Deep 6-7 with an innovative form of locomotion, launching themselves with the weapon. Now they're moving, and it's actually Hellhound who is not moving. Deep 6-7 with some big hits. Can Hellhound move? Their weapon's going. Ref is asking for motion. Motion or an unstick. Okay, so Hellhound has requested an unstick. That is 10 seconds of free hit. And they got it. There, the unstick worked. And I can't tell if that hit was Hellhound hitting deep 6-7 or deep 6-7 hitting the floor. Nevertheless, deep 6-7 launched up. Massive hit! And that is the whole front package off of Hellhound removed. And we got to stop. So we were figuring out if that is a battery that is exposed on Hellhound. That was a massive hit. Tap out. Hellhound taps out. Deep 6-7 wins. So Deep 6-7 will survive to fight the winner of Enigma versus Hypnovision. Hellhound's day is done, but that was a Viking funeral if I've ever seen one. Thank you. That was gory. I can't hear you. Sorry. Okay. Okay, Matt, I have counted to 30. This is your test. Testing, Matt. Testing, testing, testing. I could count backwards down from 30 if you want, because I'm flexible like that. Hopefully you've gotten what you need. All right, this is Deatharang versus Underpeel. This is a team-on-team fight. So we have unconventional torque reaction spinner in Deatharang that moves through the force of its own weapon. And we have a more conventional undercutter that's still quite powerful. The thing about an undercutter is designed to destroy its opponent's wheels. Its opponent does not have wheels. So we will see how the undercutter is going to work. Now, Underpeel does have a really good drive, so it should be able to pin its opponent. It's also got its forks equipped instead of a wedge setup against the horizontal. I'm suddenly much louder. I'm huge. Underpeel with some drive issues right now. Looks like we're going to get a power cycle. So hands off transmitters. Bots have to not move. Weapon lock back on. We're going to power cycle. All right. Power cycle has been accomplished. Doors are closing, then we'll see what Underpeel's got. All right, yeah, that looks like a functional robot to me. Underpeel. That's Underpeel. Deatherang opting to start backwards. So they are going to back into this fight. It's an interesting approach. And we're off. Nope, they're deciding to turn around. Maybe they figured that whip around gives them more startup torque. Meanwhile, Underpeel is playing the Gorilla game. That's Gorilla with a U. Getting a quick hit and then getting the heck out of there. I do see a couple of pieces of Underpeel in the red corner. I don't know if these are critical load-bearing parts of Underpeel. Bot still seems to be moving okay. Certainly seems to be pushing Deatherang around. Is Deatherang's right weapon disabled? If it is, it will only be able to go in a circle because it moves through the force of its weapons, and it's very possible that its right weapon it no longer functions. So now Underpeel with the advantage in this fight, although I think one of Underpeel's drive sides is also down. And I think, nope, Deatherang's right weapon is definitely down. Underpeel's left drive side is definitely down. Underpeel, though, has the advantage in terms of mobility. Deatherang knocks itself against the wall, a little bit of like a Pac-Man warp that it can do. Kind of looks like Pac-Man anyway. Waka, 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 waka. Now, both these bots looking for another hit. Oh, that's a big part of the back of Underpeel that has just gotten knocked off. Ref Cass is looking to see if a battery is exposed. Looks like he's satisfied with that. So this is an unstick count right now. But Deatherang really not able to do more than move in a circle. We are pausing, and we are going to have an unstick in what has been quite a destructive match so far. All right. There is the manual unstick. Hopefully that did the trick, and we'll see if Underpeel can still move after this. And we're back. Underpeel's weapon is going, and I see their drive is going. Their wheels are spinning, but I don't think that they have very much purchase with the ground, and that is a count out that Ref Cass, well, he started, then he stopped. So let's see. Nope, I think Underpeel is vibrating their way to surviving, at least to the judge's decision, and we'll see what the judges say from there. Underpeel slowly making their way over, vibrating their way. So Underpeel, in a way, also became a torque reaction bot.
Their drive came back for function.
Are you ready, kids? Alrighty. This match will be
Judges are deliberating. There's a little bit of a plot twist late in that Deatherang's weapon came back, which meant it had both drive sides. It's sort of an all or nothing thing with these torque reaction bots. If one side goes down, that's their drive side and their weapon side that goes down. So Deatherang with full functionality, at least at the end of the fight. However, the fact that it didn't work means that their engagement score could potentially take a hit. Now, it looked like Underpeel also is having engagement problems, so we'll see what the judges say. You can tie in damage, you cannot tie in engagement because it's 5 points that you're splitting between the two bots. So you can't go 2.5 and 2.5. At worst, you have to give 1-3 and 1-2. And that's what the judges are deliberating now, or maybe they're going to give a 1 and a 4. Who knows? The decision is in. This is going to be a split decision. Your winner by split decision is Deatherang. Close fight. But Deatherang takes it by split judges' decision. All right, this is Enigma versus Hypnovision, it looks like, in the Antweight side. So this is an elimination fight. Enigma will be in the red corner and Hypnovision will be in the blue corner. Now, if Flores wins this fight with Enigma, he's setting up a match against himself with Deep 6-7. All right, bots are in their corners. Vertical spinner in Enigma versus a shell spinner with Hypnovision. Here we go. And we're off. Hypnovision launching itself against the wall, knocking itself towards Enigma. Enigma gyroing its way, trying to get a good, and that's a roof shot. Enigma knocking Hypnovision against the roof. Hypnovision still working. Another roof shot. And Hypnovision landing upside down this time. They can't self-right. And they are spitting another massive hit. Hypnovision with a little bit of a pop itself, but so far these hits have all gone Enigma's way up until the last one. There's another big punt. And now is that weapon broken on Hypnovision? It would seem so. It looks like Enigma has broken Hypnovision's weapon. Hypnovision is supposed to spin that whole top, and that top is not spinning. But I think Enigma's left drive side seems to be unhappy. 90 seconds left in this fight. Very destructive fight. Hypnovision no longer has a functioning weapon. Enigma no longer has a functioning left drive. Enigma down to crab walking, but they still have that really powerful weapon. Now, can Hypnovision do something about that weapon? Jam it up, mess it up? My face in your fist, etc. But now Enigma's not moving. Enigma's weapon stopped. Enigma has requested an unstick. That is now 10 seconds of free attacks. Some gentle taps, and that looks to have done the unstick. But that was Enigma's unstick. They are on thin ice now. The weapon for Enigma is not spinning. That might be deliberate, it might not be. Both bots very quiet in the cage right now. Bit of a control match right now. Strange as it sounds, it seems like the shell spinner moving better than the four-wheel vert. Oh, and Lars says his battery's out. That is the fight. It will go to the judges.
You guys need to see anything? Weapon from. No. No, you cannot. You can hear it trying. Anything else? Also, no.
All right, so it seems that Hypnovision has a jammed weapon, Enigma has a jammed left drive side, and a dead battery.
Sounds good.
We're going to switch to plants next, and if I read the bracket right, it's going to be Tiger Claw versus Derpy as the next fight here, and I see Tiger Claw queued up. All right, judges are deliberating for the end of that Enigma Hypnovision fight. Judges still deliberating. This is a tough one. This was a really destructive fight, and both bots did not leave the fight in the same condition that they entered it in. However, we could still have 2-2 damage scores. We have 4 points that we allocate for damage, but if they're both equally damaged, even if it's a lot of damage, that is a 2-2 damage score. Judges still deliberating. This is a tough one. We want to give them as much time as they can because we want to make sure they get the decision right. We are moving to plants next once the decision comes in. All right, the decision is in. It is a split decision. All scores 5-4. Very close. Your winner by split decision, Hypnovision. Hypnovision will move on. They're going to fight another Lars bot. They're going to fight Deep 6-7. And the winner of that fight will face Lilliputian. Enigma is done for the day, so the number of bots that Lars has to deal with is now -1, which might be a good thing because now he can focus more on the other bots. Lars told me that he was very surprised Deep 6-7 has made it this far. Lars has a habit of that, of taking a bot that he says not supposed to make it that far, and it makes it that far. So I'm not terribly surprised. All right, loading in now, Tiger Claw in the red corner and Derpy in the blue corner. This is also an elimination fight. The winner will fight the winner of Monster 777, and last minute, the loser is eliminated. Doors are closing. All right.
doing great. How are you, Ryan? Yeah. Always good to see you.
Now, even if Tiger Claw, this is their first ever combat robot competition, they have made a heck of a run tonight. And we're off. Tiger Claw spins up their weapon and gets a great hit at the back of Derpy. And another one. Tiger Claw has been making these massive hits all day. Another big hit on Derpy. Derpy's still working, but they're upside down. Now they're right side up. Derpy wants to be right side up because they have those forks, and those forks function best. Yeah, and Tiger Claw got themselves stuck in the arena. That means Derpy can do a 5-second pin. They release. And now Tiger Claw wanting to attack again, and they do. These are big roof shots. And a good shot to the base plate of Derpy. Derpy responds with a pin. Good reliability from Derpy, taking a lot of abuse from Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw spinning around, trying to get a good hit, but Derpy with a good response. Derpy seems to have the leverage. They're able to get under Tiger Claw's forks. That has been a big difference so far this fight. Good response from Tiger Claw, but they got themselves stuck, and I think a little bit of their fork just got shaved off from that little encounter with the arena wall. Now they're going to want to try to get a little bit, I think they got a little bit of the right fork off of Derpy. So now Derpy's ability to get under Tiger Claw is a little bit compromised, just a tiny bit, but they were able to invert. Oh, that's a good hit to the back of Derpy. Derpy still functioning, taking a lot of abuse so far. It has no weapon, so all of its weight is in drive, and that's one of the reasons why it's able to survive and make good pins just like that. Derpy trying to take Tiger Claw into the side, into the corner of the arena, but Tiger Claw was able to disengage and almost got a good hit on their back plate. There's another excellent hit. Tiger Claw finding some good angles to hit Derpy with. They missed an open shot there, though. Is that going to come back to haunt them? Oh, that's a good shot. And now Derpy once again upside down. They get they get righted by Tiger Claw. Two more good hits from Tiger Claw, and another one. Derpy right side up again, and another hit, and one more for good measure. And Tiger Claw looks like they're finishing wedged under the arena. All right, the judges are deliberating. At the end of the fight, Tiger Claw got themselves wedged. Judges deliberating. They're thinking this is a tough match to score because there's big hits versus big pins. Now, one critical thing might be that those big hits, as impressive as they were, they didn't do damage. So if the judges felt that engagement went to Derpy, that would put the fight in Derpy's hands. But there is an argument that Tiger Claw should get the 3 points for engagement. I'm not sure which way I would land as a judge. It's tough when, it's one thing if the bots have the same kind of weapon and engagement looks the same across both of them. But when they have different kinds of weapons and an engagement win looks different between one bot and the other, that's what makes judging really interesting. But ultimately, we have judges so they can use their judgment. We want to make these rules as objective as we can, but there's a certain point where you have to just turn it over to the judges and say, okay, this is your call. Judge is still deliberating. All right. The decision.
Okay. So are these numbers all correct? Okay. Okay, so this one's yours? Okay. I see. Okay. Okay, as long as the numbers are in the right spot.
This is a unanimous decision with all scores 5-4 for Derpy. Derpy wins a very close fight. And how about an amazing first event for Tiger Claw? Like, I mean, this is just about as good a debut as you can have. I mean, losing 5-4, 5-4, 5-4, like that's nothing to be ashamed of against a really good bot and going out with a lot of hits also. Very impressive showing. I'll be very excited to see them back. All right, I believe our next fight, yep, it's going to be Monster 777 in the red corner and Last Minute in the blue corner. All right, the winner of this fight will face Derpy, the bot that did win the last fight. We are making our way slowly through the elimination bracket of the plants.
Hello. I know, I feel the same way, dude. There you go. All right, Monster 777 in the red corner. Last Minute in the blue corner.
All right. Last Minute has had a very dramatic run so far. At one point, literally torn in half, and they still managed to win. But it sounds like they're driving really, really well for this fight. So let's see what they can do fully operational. And we're off. Box rush from Monster 777. And getting out of the way is Last Minute. And then there's a massive hit. Monster 777 is stuck underneath the rail here. Last Minute trying to get it for a hit, but they wind up dancing. Monster 777 is unstuck. A little bit of kissing and a good hit from Last Minute. Monster 777 wants to get behind Last Minute. Last Minute very wide. Oh, that's a big knock against the floor for Last Minute. You can see the front package. Those forks in the front are starting to get bent out of shape. That means Monster is going to have the leverage here. Although Monster has lost a lot of their right fork. Check that, their entire right fork is gone now. So these front packages for both bots are compromised. That's going to affect their attack profile and which one gets leverage on the other. I think Last Minute's right drive side seems unhappy. That seems like a big part of Last Minute that's just left itself on the floor, doing some more dancing. Last Minute able to land on their wheels again. Oh, and they're splitting apart and a tap out. A tap out. Last Minute has tapped out. Is that a tap out? Not a tap out. Okay, that was not Max tapping out. That was Cass checking for batteries. Battery is not exposed. We are going to continue fighting. So not a tap out, my mistake. I just heard banging on the glass and assumed. And you know what happens when you assume. And we're off again. But last minute is just not in great shape right now. They already won one fight, mangled like this. Can they win a second fight? Torn apart. I mean, at this point, they're robot origami. They're just folded all over the place. Monster 777 just checking their angles. That's the weapon somehow working on last minute. But now they're folded up on themselves again. This is very non-Euclidean right now. 30 seconds left in this fight. Monster 777 looking for an angle. And last minute's weapon is on the floor, parallel to the floor. I don't think that weapon's spinning up again. It is completely off the uprights. Monster 77 seems to have full powered control. They just lost the right fork. Last minute has lost a lot more than that. Monster taking last minute into the side, and that's the fight. Somehow last minute, their drive is surviving. They have both sides of drive. It's just they're pointed, both halves are pointed in completely different directions.
Judges, do you need anything? We're good.
All right, so the winner of this fight will fight Derpy. Judges are discussing.
Well, that's not really stealing if it was originally yours. It never was mine. It was just hanging out here.
Lies of deceit. Your trickery can't work on me.
Vulcan mind games. I had something close to food poisoning last night, so I didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm feeling a lot better now, but I am running on fumes right now. Maybe about 4 or 5.
That's about what we got.
Yeah, not terrible.
Okay, I don't feel bad.
Yeah, not horrible.
No, man, that's tough.
But it was pretty painful.
All right, looks like the decision is in for Monster 777 versus Last Minute. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Monster 777. So Monster 777 will move on. They will face Derpy. Last Minute is eliminated, but they were very entertaining. Anytime a bot gets disassembled and still works, always fun to watch. Good build from Max. All right, I think we have Salt and Pepper versus Crash Panda up next. The winner of this fight will face Deatharang. The loser will be eliminated. Here's Crash Panda.
Don't we have multiple? We have multiple timers, right? Yeah. So RIP. It died a warrior's death.
So Salt and Pepper is a multi-bot. Both bots wide body vertical spinners. Crash Panda with that unique design. Lots of very gentle curves all around its body. So one thing about the plant class is because these bots are 3D printed, you get to see some really cool and innovative geometry in the chassis of these bots. And Crash Panda is a great example of that. I believe that's testing going on in the other box. I could be mistaken. All right, the doors are closing.
In plants, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fights left in plants. This would be 8 fights. This would make 8.
All right, the bots are in their corners, or close to their corners at least. I think we're trying to get Salt into the corner. Oh, is Pepper dead?
Not working weapon or not working at all?
The white one is working, the black one is not, but might come back.
When you say not, do you mean the whole bot is not working, or just the weapon? Okay. Ah.
All right, so it seems that Pepper's weapon is not working. It might come in during the fight. And we're off. As you can see, only Salt has a working weapon, but they do not have a left wheel. The left wheel just came off, and the right wheel just came off. So once again, Salt is wheelless, and it's going to have to come down to Pepper, but Pepper's weapon is spinning. Crash Panda with a good hit. And now Salt moving just enough to avoid a count out. Crash Panda, though, trying to pick their target. That's a big hit against Salt. Now Salt is not moving. All right, Salt and Pepper have requested an unstick. 10 seconds for Crash Panda to get a free hit on either bot. And they take out that wheel as well. So that's one bot unstuck. Salt is just dead in the water right now. They have no wheels. Both of their wheels got knocked off. Meanwhile, Pepper, their weapon has been in and out. I believe right now that weapon is out. And I think a wheel just fell off of Pepper as well. No, that's a wheel that was from Salt. That was one of Salt's wheels lying around. This was a problem in a previous fight, Salt's wheels coming off. So it seems to have happened again. So now Pepper needs to figure out how to beat Crash Panda without a reliable weapon. 1 minute left in the fight. Crash Panda taking their time, picking their shots. I think the left drive side of Pepper is not great. That weapon's spinning up a little bit and stops again. Crash Panda not really aggressively attacking. There we go. That's a more aggressive attack. And a nice hit. Oh, and now Salt is roaring back to life. Some percussive maintenance has brought the weapon back, and with that, they could gyro a bit and torque the way around the cage. But that just means there's another target for Crash Panda to hit. 10 seconds remaining. That left drive side on Pepper is definitely down. Full functionality for Crash Panda. And that is the fight.
Judges, do you need to see anything? Judges are good. We're good top right.
The judges are deliberating. Winner of this fight moves on to fight Deatherang. Loser is eliminated. I think we're going to get the winner's final in a moment. The undefeated final. For Plants, that is. Now, it's not the grand final. It's not the last fight in Plants, but it is a massively important one. All right, the judge's decision is in. This is a unanimous decision for Crash Panda. So Crash Panda advances. They will fight Deatherang. Salt and Pepper is eliminated. All right, this is going to be a banger. This is the undefeated final. Hierophant, I think it is. I'd like to get, sorry? Oh, okay, we're moving to Ants. We're moving to the Darkest Timeline and Impulse. Oh, but this is an undefeated final as well. That's good stuff. Okay, so let's talk about undefeated finals because there's some big implications here. If you win this fight, you're in the grand final. So you are one fight for the grand final, and obviously you win the grand final, you win the whole thing. What that also means, if you win this fight, you are guaranteed second place with a shot at first place. So both of these bots will finish no worse than fourth, but one of these bots will finish no worse than second. So that's why it's such a good position to be in, being in this particular fight. And also, if you win this fight, you get a lot of repair time, much more than if you lose and you have to wind up being the final boss of the elimination bracket. Yes, if you lose this fight, you wind up in the elimination bracket. I'm sorry, you're not the final boss technically. Because you're 5-1, yes. You know, I said you're guaranteed no worse than fourth. I was actually wrong. You're guaranteed, if you win this fight, you're guaranteed no worse than third. I beg your pardon. So both these bots have made the podium. Sorry, can't math. I had 4 hours sleep last night. Darkest Timeline, red corner. Impulse, blue corner. So, okay, let me rephrase this. These bots have clinched third place, not fourth place. So these bots have made the podium. The question is, where on the podium are they going to maybe So if you win this fight, you're in the grand final. If you lose this fight, you're in the elimination final. And you get one, maybe two more shots. If you lose this fight, you are the final boss of the elimination bracket. And whoever has trudged their way through the elimination bracket has to go through whoever loses this fight. But yeah, win this fight, guaranteed second place, and spot in the grand finals. That is what's on the line. All right, bots are turning on. Weapon locks are out. Doors are closing. Darkest Timeline in the red corner. Impulse in the blue corner. Vertical Spinner versus Undercutter. You can see that Darkest Timeline has that wedge installed. Nate's going to use that wedge to attempt to deflect those Undercutter hits from Impulse, but Darkest Timeline not moving right now. There we go. Darkest Timeline able to move into the red corner. Looks like Impulse is setting up Thagomizer style with Bars's weapon in the back. All right, this is a big fight. And weapons are up. Looks like that wedge might be giving Darkest Timeline some problems. Already, a big part of Darkest Timeline has flown off. That's the right fork that Darkest Timeline has lost. But they have Impulse up against the wall. They're having a hard time with Impulse's forks on the back. Exactly what those forks are designed for. Big hit from Impulse. Impulse is upside down, but they should be able to hit quite hard, even upside down. But I believe they are right side up now. Nope, they're upside down. Big titanium sparks flying from the wedge of Darkest Timeline. Darkest Timeline trying to get themselves righted. Big collision. I think Impulse seems to have won that exchange. Darkest Timeline, they are doing their part. They are, oh, that is the right wheel of Impulse. Seems to have been affected. And that is the wedge off of Darkest Timeline. So in the space of a few seconds, Impulse has lost their right drive. Darkest Timeline has lost their wedge. They seem to have lost another part in that dancing. I think it's their left upright. And Nate has requested an unstick. So will Lars do the unstick? Can he do the unstick with that right drive side down? Nate is doing the thing with the Darkest Timeline. We are pausing to unstick. It's a double unstick. Both of these bots are stuck. All right, this is a critical unstick. All right, that unstick should do the job. Darkest Timeline is still upside down, but they do have a wheel contacting the ground. That should be all they need to hopefully self-right. Meanwhile, Impulse, let's see if that drive side is going to affect the fight. So much debris on the floor. Been a very destructive fight. And we're off. Yep. There's Darkest Timeline able to move. Impulse still having the same drive problems. Remember, both of these bots have used their unstick. So if they get stuck again, it's just a count out unless they can miraculously unstick themselves. Neither of these bots are moving well. I think the left drive side of Darkest Timeline, which is the right one because they're upside down, is not happy. They're not moving great. They can move a little bit with both wheels, but one of those tires is really chunked up. So these bots are not able. Neither of those bots are really able to move right now. 30 seconds left. Let's see if these bots can do something. Oh, and Darkest Timeline almost got caught on their own wedge. Lucky break for Nate that he did not get stuck on his own piece of debris. 10 seconds remaining. Darkest Timeline trying to get one last hit. And they do. They do get one hit. And that's all they'll get. That is the fight. Very, very destructive from two outstanding bots. All right. Okay, we would like to see weapon on Darkest. So, okay, Cass, can you flip Darkest Timeline over, and then we can get a weapon check on them. Okay, so hands off controllers. We are flipping over Darkest Timeline. We're going to flip over Darkest Timeline. Then we're going to ask Nate to use his weapon, see if that weapon is working. All right, we're going to close the cage. All right, we're good. Start up that weapon. See a twitch. Drive is working. What weapon working? All right, so to summarize, Impulse, weapon working, one drive side down. Darkest Timeline, both drive sides working, but weapon is down. It's going to be interesting how the judges score it, especially how they're going to score engagement. Remember, winner of this fight is in the grand finals, clinches second place. And the loser of this fight becomes the final boss of the elimination bracket and has one more shot to make it to the grand finals. Judges are deliberating. All right. I think the scores are just about in. All right. This will be a split decision. Your winner by split decision, Impulse. So Impulse has made it to the grand final. Impulse will finish first or second in this competition. Darkest Timeline will finish first, second, or third, depending on the outcome of their next fight and possibly the fight after that. That wraps it up for the undefeated side of the bracket for Ants. So for Ants, we have, it looks like, 8 fights remaining in the elimination bracket, plus the grand final. And remember, the grand final, we only fight once. Doesn't matter who wins, who loses. We have one grand final fight, and then the tournament is over. So it stops being double elimination at that point. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Okay, we're going to go to the winner's final for Plants, Hierophant versus Ignis. And once again, these bots have clinched third place. They will finish no worse than third. I said fourth before because I was in a haze of insomnia. It is third place that these bots have guaranteed themselves. The winner of this fight will make the grand final and guarantee themselves second place. They will finish first or second. And the loser will be the final boss of the elimination bracket and finish first, second, or third, depending on how their next fight or two goes. Both these bots have had very good tournaments. All right, once again, this is the Plant weight class. All right, bots are loading in. So Hierophant is modeled after the Bot Baron's bot Prince. Wide body vertical spinner. Ignis is a combination of vertical spinner and lifter. And the nice thing about that is you can lift your opponent and then you get a clear shot at their base plate if everything goes right. Vertical spinner slash Drisk, I'd say. That is a pretty thick Drisk. Okay, that is Ignis moving around, testing its weapon. Twitch tests, as we call it. Here we go. Spot on the grand final. Spot in the grand final on the line. Bots circling each other. Little tap from Hierophant. Lifter trying to get purchase underneath Hierophant. So far, oh, there's that first hit from Ignis. Another hit on the side of Hierophant. None of these hits especially spectacular. Just, oh, there's the first spectacular hit. I think that was a little bit of Ignis that just flew off, but that was also Hierophant who flew. That's a good shot at the base plate of Hierophant from Ignis. Another good shot from Ignis. Back on its wheels and gives a little love tap over to Ignis. Both bots fully functional, both bots on their feet. some chipping away by Hierophant. And then Ignis working at the back over there. Let's see if they use that lifter. Try to get at the base plate. They do. So there's been a couple of hits. Is that? Nope. Thought I saw something in the arena, but it was not in the arena. So these bots are in decent shape so far. There's a nice hit from Hierophant, and right back a counter punch from Ignis. Ignis taking Hierophant into the side. Once again, working on that base plate, using that lifter arm. Good hit on the other side of the arena from Ignis. Then taking Ignis into the side. And Lars is hitting the back of Hierophant. That's where he wants to hit them. Hierophant's weapon not spinning. Hierophant's weapon is spinning. Hierophant's weapon is taking a while to spin up, but it is now fully spun up or close to. But Ignis able to flip them over, take them into the side. 30 seconds left in this fight. There's that lifter. Lars trying again for a lift. Try to get Hierophant off its wheels and get a good hit from its. Oh, there's a pin from Hierophant. Big engagement that Hierophant needed in this fight. But they do a wheelie, and that gives an opening for Lars to hit them on the base plate. And it's a good combo from Lars. Hierophant on their head, upside down. And that is the fight. Very good fight. Both bots in solid shape after a lot of hits. Judges are good. All right, the decision is in. All right, that is a unanimous decision for Ignis. So Ignis has booked a spot in the grand final. Hierophant will be the final boss of the plant elimination bracket. Okay, Bort versus Flamingo. We're going to Ants. So from here on in, it is all elimination fights up to and including the grand final in both weight classes. So no more, bots cannot take another loss. Every loss is an elimination from here on in. So Bort versus Flamingo. The winner will face Power Off. And the loser, just like I said, is eliminated. I see both bots queued by the cage. Just cleaning out the debris and we can load in. All right. Cass, what are we waiting on? No worries. That is Bort in the red corner, Flamingo in the blue corner. Now, a big shakeup that happened early in the day in Ants is Mark's other ant, Bumblebee, which has won first place multiple times here, was eliminated early by Harlequin, who themselves were eliminated. All right, Flamingo was tilted against the door on load-in. That does not count as their unstick, thankfully. And we're off. Both bots very, very fast. Mark Young makes very fast bots. And that's the first pop. Good sign for Bort that they're able to get underneath Flamingo. Flamingo's leverage has been a problem for their opponents all day. Oh, there's an open shot that Mark has against the back. They're going to wait for, that's an unstick call, so Mark is going to start working that weapon of Bort. Oh, that might be, I think that's, oh, that was almost an entanglement. And that was the unstick. So Flamingo has used their unstick early. If they are stuck again, they do not get an unstick. You can hear that weapon of Bort just spinning up. I was worried that it got entangled, that it might be, oh, good hit. I was worried that that weapon might have been deactivated. Not the case. Another good hit from Bort. Oh, Flamingo is stuck. Oh, they're able to self-right. That was scary stuff. Flamingo now self-righted on its feet. They're trying to pin Bort. Bort is such a hard bot to pin, but that is a pin from Flamingo. Flamingo driven by Ryan Hahn. Had a great day so far. Now up against a very hard opponent, and that's another pin, but Bort is able to escape it and deliver another hit. That's Flamingo really, really doing its pinning game. Mark getting a taste. Oh. So this is not an unstick, this is a disentanglement, because Flamingo is stuck. Now, if Bort was not stuck on the top of Flamingo, then this would not be a disentanglement. All right, door is closing again. 34 seconds remaining in this fight. And back we go. That's another great grab in the maw of Flamingo. And driving them around, driving Bort around. Can they just All right, we have Hypnovision versus Deep 6-7. The winner of this fight takes on Lilliputian. The loser of this fight is eliminated. So the other fight, we have booked a matchup between Power Off and Bort. This one is going to book a matchup between one of these bots and Lilliputian. Honestly, neither of these bots is a good matchup for Lilliputian. Because Deep 6-7, you are in the blue corner, Lars. There we go. Deep 6-7 can get to Lilliputian's body, and Lilliputian does not like horizontals. Oh, that's a little bit of an interesting ritual. All right. That is Deep 6-7 in its corner. That is Hypnovision in its corner.
For a little savings, Specialist
Weapon spun up, but neither bot moving. Now slowly coming out, both bots measuring each other up. First big hit, and that's Hypnovision winning that exchange. Hypnovision trying to hit any part of Deep 6-7 that is not that weapon. It's made out of TPU, so there's a lot of give, so not a lot to really firmly knock against. Meanwhile, Deep 6-7 trying to get a strike against that juicy body of Hypnovision, but Hypnovision wins that exchange also. I think Deep 6-7, yeah, that's the weapon belt. Deep 6-7's weapon is Goners. So now, and I think their frame's a little bent also. So Hypnovision having the advantage right now. They've taken out Deep 6-7's weapon, and they bent the frame of Deep 6-7, not enough to really affect the fight that much. Lars is going to try to drive it like a control bot, but if it gets, if it winds up doing the thing, it's going to have to ask for an unstick, because I don't know how well it's going to self-right without that weapon. So this is Hypnovision. You can see they're not avoiding contact, but they're not also going for big gonzo hits. They're playing it safe, taking measured approaches, slow approaches. This is probably the best way to handle it. Nice hit against the weapon. This is what I was saying. Now, Deep 6-7 will have a hard time self-righting because that weapon is gone. Now the belt has just been knocked totally free. And now Deep 6-7, can they up? They're able to get themselves off the ledge, but they're still on their head. Hypnovision still fully operational. They have weapon and drive. It's a shell spinner, so it does have a separate drive system. Another hit against that weapon. 30 seconds left in this fight. Hypnovision, now that Deep 6-7 is on its back, Hypnovision able to easily target that weapon just sticking out there, instead of getting the soft belly and TPU of the body of Deep 6-7, which is a hard target to get, or soft target, I suppose. And the fight is over. Yeah, Deep 6-7 getting knocked on its back seemed to be a big turning point here. We'll see what the judges say. So remember, the winner of this fight takes on Lilliputian. All right, the votes are starting to come in. Who will fight Lilliputian? Judge is still deliberating. I think 2 votes are in. 3 votes are in. Thank you. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Hypnovision. Deep 6-7 has been eliminated. That's a surprisingly good debut considering that Lars said he didn't really expect much from the bot. Well, it made it really far, but it's going to be Hypnovision versus Lilliputian in the elimination quarterfinals. Okay, looks like we're going to have Deatharang versus Crash Panda up next with Monster 777 and Derpy on deck. Deatharang versus Crash Panda. We are in plants now. We are moving from ants to plants. I hear happy sounds of the ESCs being turned on. All right, the doors are closed. Bots are driving. Reminding you once again, Deatharang has no drive system. It moves from the speed of and torque of its weapon. Crash Panda, vertical spinner. All right, little light hit. Bit of a Crash Panda on its head, self-rights, able to use that gyro. But another hit from Deatharang. Deatharang winning the first couple of exchanges. Oh, that's a good charge from Crash Panda, but they paid for it. They have a big gash in their right armor package now, the right front armor package. Now a big part of it is completely gone. Oh, there's some electronics exposed. I don't think that's a battery yet. It is not, Cass has confirmed. It's the whole weapon that is gone off of Crash Panda. Oh, that's a weapon forcibly removed from Crash Panda. Deatharang really doing its thing. That's more of Crash Panda getting torn apart. Its whole right side is gone. It's doing its Two-Face impression right now. That's the other side of Crash Panda that's been torn off. So Crash Panda's whole face, including weapon, is gone. It is a shocking-looking raccoon. Another big hit from Deatharang. This is such a destructive fight. Deatharang's trying to target the wheels of Crash Panda. One of those wheel guards is gone. One of the wheels is now askew and almost off. So crab walking is pretty much all, and spinning in place is all Crash Panda can do. It is in melty brain mode. 30 seconds left in this fight. That is the wheel that's gone. So Crash Panda now down to one wheel, being systematically disassembled by Deatharang. Another hit, that's the base, the back plate starting to come off of Crash Panda. Slowly but surely, that entire bot getting disassembled. I referenced it before, but you ever look on YouTube of videos of washing machines with the regulator removed, the thing that detects whether they're like off balance or not. That's kind of what Crash Panda looks like right now. And that is the fight. We are going to the judges. Now, I don't like to predict who's going to win a judge's decision, but I think I can make a prediction here. Impressive that Crash Panda did last that long. It was functional all the way to the end. That is some pretty intense hits that it took. I wouldn't quite call it ablative, because all that armor was functional. All right. Nice catch. All right, the decision is in. And I don't think it's a shock to say that Deathorang won that fight by unanimous judges' decision. So Deathorang will advance. Always great to see Crash Panda. We did see a lot more of it than we expected. But Deathorang is going to advance Ace Pipsqueak.
Yeah, probably a little more granularity.
There are matches I scored wicked damage that I don't like the fact that I've scored wicked damage.
Yeah. Well, okay.
We would go in there and know what's You want to know where he is?
In the blue corner. So Monster 777, that big Drisk versus Derpy, which is a push bot with a fixed wedge, which means all that weight goes into the drive system. So in theory, on paper, Derpy should have way more push power than Monster 777, and that's the kind of thing you'd expect, but is Derpy stuck? Derpy trying to, there we go. Yeah, that's what happens is Derpy has those little horns on the top, and it looks like that Monster got stuck on one of those horns. So far, Monster's not been able, Monster's left drive side is down. So right away, Monster 777 having some problems. And Derpy taking Monster into the corner, into the side. Monster now upside down. Going to release. They're going to try to self-right. The weapon going down. Probably because they don't want to roll it against the floor. But now, Monster's going to have a bit of a disadvantage here because they only have one working drive side and they're upside down. The weapon is off. 90 seconds left. So far, this has been all derpy all the time. Well, so am I, really. So there's another good pin from Derpy. They can hold that pin for 5 seconds because they're not using an active weapon. Okay, there's Monster using its weapon to move, and I think that's a good idea because they're getting some good locomotion. They're getting to drive straight. The trick is, can they go fast enough to do a violent self-right against the side of the wall? They might have to ask an unstick, and that, yes, that is an unstick. So that means that Derpy has 10 seconds to attack Monster, and the 10 seconds are expired. So now we're going to pause and we're going to do an unstick, a manual unstick. All right, Monster is now fully on its wheels, on its feet. Mm-hmm. 49 seconds left in this fight. We are resuming. And we are resumed. See that weapon of Monster spinning back up, but Derpy's just so low, and they can get under Monster's forks, and that's really the story of the fight. If Monster's forks could get under Derpy, it'd be a different story. But these forks right now of Derpy really doing their job. Such a low-profile bot. And low profile is generally good in this sport. The forks a little bit tangled up, but I don't think enough to really mess with each other. Oh, there's some contact with the weapon. It's the best contact that Monster's had all fight. Can they get one more hit to sway the judges? 5 seconds left in this fight. Nope, Derpy will take him in for another pin. And that is the fight. So the winner of this fight will face Tiny Terror.
I need the bathroom.
Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Derpy. Derpy will move on to fight Tiny Terror. Monster 777 is eliminated. We're going to bounce back to Ants. This is Power Off versus Bort. Power Off, red corner. Bort, blue corner. We are speeding very quickly towards the end of this tournament. We have, including the grand finals in Ants, 5 fights remaining in Ants. This is one of them. And a similar number left in Plants. So we are moving quickly. Lilliputian and Hypnovision are on deck. The doors are closed. Bort versus Power Off. This is going to be a really good fight. Power Off is all offense all the time. Bort is a really solid mix of weapon and speed. So the weapon for Bort is obviously not as powerful as the weapon for Power On, but Bort has a really, really strong drive, and it moves very fast. And the thing about a fast drive combined with a spinning weapon is if you get a good head of steam with that spinning weapon into your opponent, you have a powerful weapon. Just because of physics. We are working on rebooting Power Off. The puns just write themselves. All right, the weapon lock is off. And we are ready to close the doors. Okay, we cannot drive the bots just yet. The door is closed, the door is locked. We can drive the bots. Oh dear.
We might need to broom the bot into the corner.
All right, Max is working on transmitter stuff. He feels that his drive issue is with his transmitter.
It's just the transmitter, you know, when you hit forward, how far it goes when you hit forward with the sticks. I mean, it is a volume knob, just the volume is the speed.
All right, that looks like a functional bot to me. All right, power versus speed. Here we go. Big, big hit. That's that power of power off that I was mentioning. Now Bort trying to self-right, goes straight to that weapon, and power off winning that weapon exchange. Bort doing a big dance. Oh, look at that. That bot is messed up. Bort that frame has seen better days. The whole side of it was messed up. Looks like it straightened itself out somewhat. But yeah, it's not looking great. Bort now gyring around. Power off. That weapon is powered off. Had a couple of big hits early on. Bort now is at the moment, the only bot with a functioning weapon. This is a steel floor that Bort is dancing against, and that's why it's so darn loud. Oh no, what happened there? That's the wedge. I think that's the upright of Bort's weapon. It has hit the floor so hard and so many times that it's just given up the ghost, and it is now detached from the bot. Or somewhat detached. It is connected by the wires. That's not, and that is a pin from power off. Very gory fight so far. That is an unrecognizable look from Bort. Another pin from power off. Power off is now a control bot. Who would have thunk it? But, power off being a four-wheel bot, four-wheel drive, they do have a lot of power in that drive. Bort has a compromised drive. They're able to go in circles. And I think power off might have been, I think the right side of power off is acting a little funky. Certainly not in as bad state as Bort is in. 10 seconds remaining. Final countdown. That is your fight. Max, can you spin your weapon? It's twitching. All right, so in terms of functionality, All right, the judges have gotten their functionality, and they are scoring. I think the judges, yep, that looks fine. Okay, so power on has full drive, but no weapon. Power off, I'm sorry. You keep on naming your bots almost exactly the same. Thank you, Cass. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, that's right.
Power maybe. So power off has full drive but no weapon. Bort has stuff, shall we say. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is power off. Power off will fight the winner of our next fight, Lilliputian versus Hypnovision.
Okay, I'm going to run and use the bathroom now because right now this is Lilliputian in the red corner and Hypnovision in the blue corner. No, which is fine. I just need I need someone to spell me while I go to the bathroom. I can do 3 fights. Either that or we all float out of here.
All right, this is Lilliputian versus Hypnovision. Winner will face power off. And the winner of that fight will face the darkest timeline. And the winner of that fight faces Impulse. That is how the ants look. It's just a few more fights, just 4 more fights remaining in ants. But this is the final grind, the final gauntlet. Because across these 4 fights, it's possible for one bot to just do this march through all 4 fights. And it is a process of attrition. And each opponent just gets harder and harder and harder. But that's the elimination bracket for you. But hey, bots do make it from the elimination bracket into the grand final, and they win. It's possible. All right, we have Lilliputian in the red corner, Hypnovision in the blue corner. And off we go. This is going to be interesting because Lilliputian, as a big-wheeled bot, isn't crazy about fighting a horizontal spinner, which Hypnovision is, being a shell spinner. However, that spinner does not seem to be spinning. Lilliputian had to right itself a little bit, but now it's ready. And that's a good punch in whatever passes for Hypnovision's face. Really, its face is all over the bot. There's no, like, one side that attacks you from because it's a shell spinner. Problem is that shell is not spinning right now. So Lilliputian has some free shots here. And Ryan's going to try to take those. One nice thing about it being a big-wheeled bot is you don't really worry so much about being stuck against the side of the cage. So these hits right now, this is all Lilliputian making these hits. So when Lilliputian flies away from these hits, that's its own power knocking itself away from Hypnovision. But seems to be working, you know, as close to fully functionally as you can expect. But you can see the plan for Hypnovision with its weapon down. It's just going to try to jam itself into that weapon. And there's a pin, a shell spinner with a pin. Who'd have thunk it? A shell spinner pinning a big wheel bot, even better. Dogs and cats, etc., etc. Now, Lilliputian is tilting themselves a little bit, but they want to keep on hitting Hypnovision nice and hard with that key-shaped weapon. I think the left drive side of Lilliputian has frozen up. So Lilliputian has full weapon, but it's missing one side of drive. Oh, that is, something has come off. And I'm not sure, I think that's a piece of, oh, it's the pole? Yeah, it's the pole off of Hypnovision. That's the self-riding / directional pole. Oh, and that is the body of Hypnovision that is poking out of its shell. That's actually the drive system. You can see the wheels and everything. All right, wait, before you open, do you need to see anything, judges? Lilliputian, drive. Drive on one side. Anything else? High centered on himself.
All right, can we unload?
Okay, so after this fight, we are going to move on to Pipsqueak versus Deatharang, then Tiny Terror versus Derpy, and then we will break for dinner. Okay. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Lilliputian. It will be Lilliputian versus Power Off. And that is the loser's semifinal, the elimination semifinal. So what that means is Lilliputian and Power Off have clinched 4th place for real this time. So we know that the top 4 of Ants, in no particular order, is going to be Impulse, The Darkest Timeline, Lilliputian, and Power Off. What order they're going to finish in is to be determined. And now we jump back to Plastic Ants. So a reminder that these next 2 fights will for real clinch 4th place. So whoever wins these fights will finish no worse than 4th. We know that Ignis and Hierophant are going to be in the top 4. Actually, Ignis will be in the top 2, and Hierophant will be in the top 3. But exactly what order they will finish in is TBT. So this is Pipsqueak in the red corner versus Deatharang in the blue corner. The winner of this fight will face the winner of Tiny Terror versus Derpy, who is on deck. Here we go. Reminder, if you haven't seen Deatharang fight yet, they have no wheels. They move through the power of their 2 weapons. 2 big horizontal spinners, and that's a little bit of, I think, Deatharang's, might be their weapon, might be one of their nubs that they drive on. Those are usually the first to go on Deatharang. A big undercutter, that's Pipsqueak. And that's another piece of, I'm not sure what that is. I'm pretty sure it's a piece of Deatharang. More pieces flying. The left wheel of Pipsqueak seems to be locked up now. Deatherang fully functional. Yeah, I think some of those pieces might actually be off of Pipsqueak because I do see some damage to the middle. It has lost one of its eyes. Oh, it's the tail. Oh, that's not good news for Pipsqueak because they need that tail to stay balanced. So now they can very easily tilt and bash that weapon into the floor. So they got to be really careful driving. They're down a tail, they're down a wheel. Deatherang being nice and patient, slowly easing their way into Pipsqueak. Now they're going to want to take out Pipsqueak's other wheels. Pipsqueak is not moving. Pipsqueak can ask for an unstick here. Pipsqueak driver says, nah, I'm good. And that is the fight. It is a knockout for Deatherang. So Deatherang has clinched 4th place in Plastic Ants. They can finish higher based on how their next fight goes and possibly more fights after that. So now we're going to have Tiny Terror versus Derpy, and same thing. These bots are fighting for a clinch of 4th place. The winner will face Deatherang. I can see the drivers for Tiny Terror and Derpy lined up by the cage, so it shouldn't be long until we start there. Hey, Cass?
Is that rip on the Lexan U over here? What I'm pointing to? Is that new? Oh, it's been there. Okay. Okay. I will take that. I'm proud.
Gave it to us like that, and you can tell because they circled it with a Sharpie.
There we go. Okay, cool. I only just noticed it now.
No, that's been there. Normally when it's us, the panel is definitely flipped because it's normally sealed out.
Got it.
All right, Tiny Terror versus Derpy loading in.
Sorry? It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
Doors are closing. Doors are closed and locked. You may drive your bots. In the red corner, Tiny Terror. I almost said Sir Slicey. Tiny Terror. In the blue corner, Derpy. Tiny Terror, is it moving okay? Tiny Terror with that drum in the front. Looks like a stacked drum. Right away, Derpy with a pin. Tiny Terror is going to have to figure out a way to hit that low, low body of Derpy. But a good pin from Derpy. That front is so hard to hit of Derpy. You just ramp yourself off of it. And even those forks for both bots, if you like entangle the forks, you don't go far enough for your weapon to make contact with Derpy's body. So it's really hard to hit Derpy unless you can hit it from the side, which Tiny Terror's able to do a couple of times. No big hits though. Tiny Terror briefly stuck underneath, but they were able to free themselves before Tiny Terror could take advantage. 90 seconds remain. So far, Tiny Terror has not been able to land that one really big hit. They've had a couple of small hits, but nothing really that would make Derpy worry. Derpy, in the meantime, has had a couple of pins. Derpy has no active weapon, so they can only hold pins for 5 seconds. With no active weapon, they have all the power in their drive. Oh, that's exactly the kind of hit that Tiny Terror is looking for. They want to get that diagonal shot on the outside of the fork, and that's going to throw their opponent across the arena. Now, Derpy does not look the worse for it, so if Evan can land another hit like that, that's really what he's looking for. More grinding away. That is Tiny Terror with a pin on Derpy. Now the tables have turned. Are these bots entangled? Can they separate? We're pausing. This is a mutual entanglement right now. Oh, they are stuck together pretty well. Now, during the separation, it is important that neither competitor move their bot. These bots are really stuck together. Now, in a worst case scenario, we go to the judges, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Oh. I don't think so. I think it's just really deep in. I know, I'm not sure. I've never been more unsure of anything in my life. There we go. Outstanding. The bots are separated. Now, a big question is, will Tiny Terror's weapon work? .24 seconds remain. And off we go. Yes, Tiny Terror's weapon indeed works. But they are upside down. They're able to gyro right. And now they're trying to push Tiny Terror on the right, but Tiny Terror able to get away from it. Evan looking for one more hit. Ryan looking for one more pin. And that is the fight. Oh, very close. My gosh. Okay, judges, do you need to see anything? Do you need to see anything? We can unload. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go grab something to eat. So when you start, we might need a replacement announcer until I get back. Judges are deliberating. The winner of this fight takes on Deatherang and guarantees themselves at least 4th place in the tournament. The loser finishes tied for 5th with Pipsqueak. The votes are in. 1 vote is in. 2 votes are in. We have a split decision, 5-4. Your winner by split decision is Tiny Terror. By the skin of their teeth, Tiny Terror moves on to face Deatherang. Derpy fought amazingly well, but they are going to finish tied for 5th with Pipsqueak. With that, we are going to be on a quick 20-minute break. We will see you then. All right, we have judges. We have a ref. I think we're ready to fight. This is Lilliputian versus Power Off. This is the ant weight elimination semifinal. Whoever wins this fight moves on to fight the darkest timeline and clinches no worse than third place. The loser of this fight finishes fourth place, just off the podium. All right, bots are driving around. We're getting twitch tests.
And Max pointed out a little pre-existing damage before the fight. Just make sure the other judges know. It's a multi-bot.
All right, the bots are heading to their corners. Power Off is already in its blue corner. Lilliputian heading to the red corner. I think we have two robots. And we're off. Power Off versus Lilliputian. Oh, some good contact early on, and that's a weapon belt or a dry belt. I can't tell. I think it's a dry belt. No, it's a dry belt. Oh, big hit. And that's the wedge off of Power. No, did Power On even have a wedge? I didn't even notice. Yep. Oh, right. It's part of the armor package on the front. So part of the armor package at the front of Power Off has gotten knocked off. I think one of the drive sides is unhappy. Weapon's still going, albeit in the wrong direction because the bot is upside down. Lilliputian doing their work to try to self-right. See those lovely titanium sparks. Power Off, circling, looking for an opportunity to self-right. Ideally and do damage at the same time. We've had some big hits so far. Now Power On is now on its feet. Sorry, Power Off. I keep on swapping it with the 3-pounder. Massive hit. No, both weapons are still going. But Power Off having trouble with that left drive side. I wouldn't be surprised if that's related to that belt that got knocked off. We're going to pause. Okay, Power Off's power light is off. That is a fancy thing to say. Power Off still having some trouble with the left drive, but that weapon still dangerous as ever. Lilliputian trying to time their charge so they don't go into the weapon. There we go. That's hit on the left upright of Power Off. Another good hit. 30 seconds remaining in this fight. Oh, that's a bit of wheel that Lilliputian just knocked off. Bot still driving around looking for one more big hit. 10 seconds left in this fight. That's it. That is the fight. Judges will now work. Okay, we can unload. So remember, the winner of this fight will face the darkest timeline in the elimination final and is one win away from the grand final and guarantees themselves third place. The loser will finish fourth. All in all, solid day. All right, the votes are in. Your winner by unanimous decision is Lilliputian. So Lilliputian is going to face the darkest timeline. Power Off finishes fourth today. That fight will be on or at or before 8:40. Now we are calling Deatharang and Tiny Terror to the cage. Once we clean up the pieces from the previous fight. So same deal as before. Whoever wins this fight will clinch third place in the tournament. That is, they will finish at least no worse than third place, and they will fight Hierophant in the next round, whereas the loser will finish fourth in Plants, Plastic Ants. Some work on Power Off, making sure that it is safe to turn off, safe to bring back to the pits. All right. All right, looks like we have a clean
Cage. We're just about ready to load in Deatharang versus Tiny Terror.
Whoever wins this fight will make it to the elimination final, one win away from the grand final. Bots are turning on. Deatharang in the red corner, Tiny Terror in the blue corner. This is for Plastic Ants. Loser finishes fourth. Winner guarantees themselves third place and continues on in the tournament. All right. The bots are in their corners. Off we go. Weapons are spun up. Let's see how Tiny Terror approaches this. The Deatharang puzzle. Some good hits at first. Bots knocking each other around. Tiny Terror winning that exchange. Deatharang built like a tank. That bot just continues to go and go and go. We did see it lose one of its weapons in its last fight, which meant it lost part of its drive also, because as I keep on saying, its weapon is its drive. Good hits from Deatharang now, returning fire on Tiny Terror. That was a mutually good hit. I think both bots got hit hard, although Deatharang had to do a big dance after that. And the damage from those big hits during that dancing, that can add up. Deatharang is a very hardy bot though. 90 seconds remaining. A lot of hits, but no definitive advantage for either bot yet. Tiny Terror once again making Deatharang dance. Wonder how this is going to affect Deatharang's engagement score, unless they can get some really good hits here. Both bots fully operational. Deatharang dancing again. And Evans right back on it. That's the idea. You want to be smothering. When that bot stops thrashing, you want to be in a spot where you can hit it again. Just give it absolutely no chance to catch a breath. Deatharang still fully functional. That's a good hit from Deatharang. And Sir Slicey returning fire there. Back and forth, back and forth. More good hits. Deatharang still functional, but still dancing. 10 seconds remaining. Can either of these competitors make a final impression? Another good hit from Tiny Terror. That is the fight. Judges, did you see anything? All right, we can unload. Judges are deliberating. We're good, they're good. Yeah. The judges are deliberating right now. We are unloading. And so what they're going to calculate, damage, what's up? Okay. Damage seems to be split even, so it's going to come down to engagement. And the question is all that dancing from Deatharang going to wind up hurting it? Both bots exchanged some pretty heavy hits, but really Deatharang took a longer time to recover. That might be the difference here, but I am speculating. I am not a judge. have, this is 2 votes. No, 3 votes. Sorry, I cannot count. 1 vote, 2 vote. We have a unanimous decision. All scores 5-4 for Tiny Terror. So Tiny Terror wins by decision. Deatherang will finish 4th. Tiny Terror survives, and they're going to fight Hierophant. So we know the top 3 of plants. They are going to be in no particular order: Ignis, Hierophant, and Tiny Terror. And Ignis is going to finish no worse than 2nd. So that's what we are for plants. We have roughly 10 minutes until the next fight. The next fight will be the Darkest Timeline versus Lilliputian in the Antweight division. Remember, there are 3 bots left in Antweights: Impulse, the Darkest Timeline, and Lilliputian. Impulse cannot finish worse than 2nd. So the question is, what order on the podium will they finish? I'll talk to you in 10 minutes. Okay, the next fight, Darkest Timeline versus Lilliputian, should happen in about 5 minutes. So 5 minutes until the next fight. couple more minutes, then we are fighting again. Darkest Timeline is here. Lilliputian is on their way. Can we have judges to the cage, please? Judges to the cage. We have judges, we have a ref. We just need a Lilliputian. Lilliputian frantically putting their top plate on. One more screw, they say. Here comes Lilliputian. So this fight, whoever wins makes the grand final versus Impulse and is guaranteed no worse than second place. Whoever loses finishes third place. One win away from the grand final in Antweights. Doors are closing. Bots can now drive. Lilliputian moving. Darkest Timeline moving. Darkest Timeline in the red corner. Lilliputian in the blue corner. And we're off. First big hit sends Lilliputian into the wall. Darkest Timeline in pursuit. Another big hit from Darkest Timeline. Sparks flying. Lilliputian looking for that big hit. They are a lot bigger, a lot taller, that is. And that high-mounted weapon, in theory, should mess with Darkest Timeline, but Darkest Timeline getting some really good hits in. I think that was a bit of Lilliputian's tail that just got knocked off. Another hit from Darkest Timeline. Lilliputian trying to find itself. You can see a little bit of the left wheel is starting to come apart on Lilliputian. Another good hit from Darkest Timeline. Darkest Timeline says their wheel is stuck. but it's not entanglement with the arena. It will not be damage if it is entanglement. Nope, they're not entangled. Oh, that might be an entanglement. All right, we're pausing to disentangle these two bots. No. These bots are stuck together pretty good. All right, these bots are unentangled. Now there is a bit of wheel in Darkest Timeline's weapon. So the implications are it probably won't have a weapon, but that damage will not be considered as damage if we go to the judges.
There is a minute and 3 seconds remaining. Red driver, are you ready? Blue driver, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? This fight will resume in 3, 2, 1, begin.
And we're off again. Lilliputian trying for that hit. Or is Darkest Timeline just throwing themselves into Lilliputian's weapon? It has worked so far. Lilliputian getting the worst of a lot of these hits. 40 seconds remaining. Well, Lilliputian's drive still working. One of those wheels is a little chunked up, but it can still move. It can still drive. Weapon still working, I think. Yes. Oh, another good hit from Lilliputian. 10 seconds left. And that's the fight.
But even if it can't, if the damage came from the entanglement. Yeah, but if the entanglement broke the weapon.
All right, before we do that, do you guys need anything from Lilliputian? No?
Actually, don't bother with it because, yeah, it was spinning before it got tangled.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the judges are deliberating. Who will make it to the next fight and the final fight in Ants against Impulse, and who will finish third? All right, the decision is just about in. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision, the Darkest Timeline. That was a very close fight. And a big factor was the fact that that weapon was disabled through an entanglement. means that it did not count as damage. The judges felt that the Darkest Timeline engaged and won engagements more than Lilliputian did. So it's going to be Impulse versus the Darkest Timeline for the Ant Final.
Well, but if it broke from the entanglement, we have to give it the benefit of the doubt. You can't reward a win by entanglement. Then it becomes a viable strategy. I think erring on the side of discouraging entanglement is the way to go, you know? Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky thing, but in the end, I think you have to discourage like the number one thing is to discourage that as a strategy. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly.
Somebody has something that is like obvious. Oh yeah. Yeah, somebody has something that's an obvious entanglement hazard hanging off the bot. We could tell them that that needs to be removed before it goes to the arena. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Like you can't have like a big streamer sticking off the bot for no other purpose than to get the anti-guys weapon.
Yeah, we have 3 fights left. No, wait a second. One second.
How much
Am I lying?
the next fight? Like now the next fight.
3 fights.
Great.
Competitors.
Huh? I see Hierophant and Tiny Terror here. I think we might need one more judge to replace Neil because he has to run for a moment.
Can we? Okay, we need one extra judge. One extra judge who is not one of the competitors.
Yep, we got one.
Excellent, we got a judge. All right, this is Hierophant versus Tiny Terror. Same stakes as before. Whoever wins this fight books a spot in the grand final versus Ignis. Whoever loses finishes third. Hierophant in the red corner. Tiny Terror in the blue corner. All right, bots are driving. All right, the bots are lined up in their corners. And we're off. 3 fights to go. Who is going to make it to the grand final in plants? There's a big exchange. Roughly even, I'd say. Both bots looking for an angle. Good hit from Hierophant. Good rebuttal from Tiny Terror. Little bit of dancing from Tiny Terror. So far, Hierophant with a win over there. And Tiny Terror again with a rebuttal. Back and forth and back and forth. Good hit from Tiny Terror. Oh, great hit from Tiny Terror. Hierophant launched across the cage. They're still fully functional. Briefly had their fork stuck in Tiny Terror. 90 seconds left. Good hit from Hierophant. Back and forth and back and forth. Tiny Terror again. Hierophant again. It's going to be a very hard fight to judge. Some more hits. Hierophant trying to pin Tiny Terror into the side of the cage. Tiny Terror going tumbling end over end. Recovers, and there's a pin. A pin, and Tiny Terror grinding against the back plate. They can hold this pin for 10 seconds. They are using their active weapon. Hierophant able to come out. They are now on their back. They've self-righted against the wall. Interested to see, Tiny Terror's right wheel might be a little damaged now. Hierophant taking Tiny Terror into the wall. Yes, Tiny Terror's right wheel has some problems. Bits of Tiny Terror are starting to materialize all over the cage. The peg, that's the weapon out of Tiny Terror. We're pausing. We're going to see if the battery is exposed. We are looking for the battery. Okay, we're good. All right. Referee will restart this fight. Only Tiny Terror does not have a weapon. 20 seconds left in this fight. We're about to restart.
Are you ready? Judges, are you ready? The 20 seconds begins in 3, 2, 1, fight!
And we're off. Hierophant pushing against the back. There's a good pin from Tiny Terror. Coming right back. 3 seconds left.
So full drive, full weapon, half drive, full weapon. So would that be easier? For Tiny Terror, the significant Yeah, someone exploded. It was ridiculous.
I'm not sure. I don't want to touch Gil's computer. Can you show me where in the bracket this is? Is this loser final or grand final? Grand final.
All right, for the grand final for Ants.
Hierophant Tiny Terror?
Yep. Yes, Hierophant.
I'm sorry?
Hierophant. 726363.
All right, everybody. This is the 1 pound Ant final. Let's get these robots in the corner. Darkest Timeline taking the red square. Impulse taking the blue square for the last time today. Going to our cage manager and ref to start this fight.
Red driver, are you ready? Blue driver, are you ready? Yeah. Judges, are you ready? This fight will begin in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight!
All right, meeting in the middle, going for a nice hit, back and forth. Looks like Impulse got the better of that exchange. Looks like Impulse getting a little tire off of Darkest Timeline. Little back and forth here. Timeline upside down, self-righting very quickly. It's getting loud in this arena. Let's see a big hit. All right, Darkest Timeline stabilized. Impulse ready to go.
90 seconds!
There we go. Darkest Timeline sending Impulse across the arena, but Impulse is right side up and coming back at him. Little dance around the middle.
In for 1, 2.
Impulse with a nice pin and a tour of the arena. Nice little slam into the wall from Impulse. With 45 seconds in this match, it's been a very nice back and forth. But what are we seeing here? It looks like Darkest Timeline pushing Impulse in for a pin.
1, 2.
Looks like Impulse is having a little trouble with one drive side here. Maybe a weapon as well. Can Darkest Timeline capitalize this in the end of the match?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is the match. All right. All right. Nate, function check. Okay. Timeline fully functioning. Function. Okay.
If you want, you say your high.
I have half drive.
Half drive and what?
Nothing else.
Half drive, no weapon.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Alex, for covering while I went out to get some pretzels before Auntie Annie's closed. That's not an endorsement. We have a result of the previous fight, Hierophant versus Tiny Terror. Your winner by unanimous decision is Hierophant. So Hierophant is going to take on Ignis in the plant final. Now, we are deciding who is going to win the Antweight final. We just saw a fight between Impulse and the Darkest Timeline. I have a suspicion of who's going to win. Yeah, but the numbers look correct. Is the Darkest Timeline by unanimous decision. Congratulations, Nate. And well fought to Lars. So the podium is the Darkest Timeline finishes first, Impulse finishes second, and Lilliputian finishes third. So that is Antweights settled. Now we will go to plants. Or at least we will in a few minutes.
Excellent work, everyone. For all the fallen robots.
We're a few minutes away from Ignis versus Hierophant, the plant final. We have two robots. Judges, to your stations, please. Ignis is in the red corner. Solars, you're in the red corner. All right, everyone, this is it. This is the final fight of the evening. I will not be here tomorrow, so please join us for Beatles. I'm sure, announcing-wise, you will be in capable hands. Ignis in the red corner. Hierophant in the blue corner. One more time. For the glory of the Plantweight Championship. We are off one more time for the evening. That was a good lift by Ignis. It is a combination lifter spinner. And right now it is lifting and spinning Hierophant. Hierophant looking for a good hit, but they only get a face full of weapon, spinning weapon from Ignis. There's a good hit. All right, Hierophant starting to change the narrative a little bit. Two very good drivers here. Another good lift from Ignis. Hierophant trying to work at the back plate of Ignis. Can't quite make some purchase. It looks like there's a little bit of Ignis that fell off. These are plants. This is our plant final. Now Ignis at the back of Hierophant. Tries to lift, can't get there. That is of Ignis. 90 seconds remaining in this fight. That is a pin. It's an active weapon pin, so Lars can hold it for 10 seconds. And a good way to end the pin, just bonking Hierophant. Hierophant with a couple of counter punches. Both bots fully operational. There's a great hit from Hierophant. And another one. Hierophant starting to change the narrative a little bit. Is Ignis's weapon working? I do not know if Ignis has a weapon right now. Yep, they do. I see it spin. Hierophant with a pin in the corner. Another good hit. Now is Ignis's drive happy? The right drive seems a little locked up. Hierophant with a flurry of punches in the past 15, 20 seconds. And Ignis's drive system may not have survived it. Hierophant stuck in the corner. Oh, they are unstuck. And another good hit from Hierophant. This fight has really changed. Ignis dominating the early part of the fight, but Hierophant taking control. Last 10 seconds. Can Ignis make one more plea? And that's the fight. What a fight to close it. So Ignis does have full drive. He just had he's just high centered. And his battery is not doing well, so drive a little weaker. All right, the judges have everything they need. We can unload. All right, the decision is in for the final fight of the evening. Your winner and GSCRL Seasonal Smackdown Plastic Ant Champion, Hierophant. Congratulations to Jillian and Lyndon for taking it home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I get Mike too, please?
Stay tuned for a trophy presentation.
Testing. All right, can we turn it up a little? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Can you not hear me? All right, now you should be able to hear me. I am going to start handing out trophies. That being said, I need some of the people from the other room. Your staff wants to get out of here. We would like some sleep tonight. I think Matt just went over. Well, we will be able to go out those doors and not come back in.
When Kristen gave the 3-minute warning, we plugged in the battery and it sparked, and we had to do a quick replacement solder on the XT30. So that was like a crazy last minute.
Plastic 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Roughly the same width.
No.
And rats making
I'm waiting for them to come back in. They all went back into the other room. Double check? All right.
All right. Considering the fact your staff wants to get out of here, I am going to try to get through the awards very quickly. We're going to start with the plastic ant, third place, Tiny Terror.
And stand in front of the arena, two of you.
All right, second place, Lars with Ignis. Lars. You're welcome. And in first place, Jillian and Lyndon, I'm not sure who drives what at this point, with Hierophant.
The crazy one. Moose down.
All right. And now moving on to the ant class with the third place. The robot that started as a joke and actually became good, Lilliputian. Following Lilliputian into the second place, Lars again with Impulse. And wrapping up the day in first place, I believe our longest time competitor, Nate with Darkest Timeline. All right, and while they're getting pictures, thank you everyone for a successful event today. Please, a round of applause for the volunteer staff that made today possible. A thank you to the mall and Team 56 for hosting us. The weather outside might be a little frightful. Please get home safe, drive safe. The plan for tomorrow is look in your email. I will call a delay if we need it. We will plan to have the event tomorrow.